And good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Strategic Planning Council Committee of a Whole for September 16th, 2024. All public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any written or verbal information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Privacy Act, FOIP 41. I'll now call the meeting to order at 9 a.m. We have an agenda before us, looking for a motion to adopt. Thank you, Councillor Lahi. All those in favor?
I'm in favor.
Thank you. Just a note that Councillor Northcott is joining us via Teams this morning. Thank you for joining us, Councillor Northcott. We have the minutes of the Strategic Planning Council Committee of a Whole from June 17th, 2024. Any errors or omissions in those minutes? If not, looking for adoption to a motion to adopt. Thank you, Councillor Graham. All those in favor? Oh, yeah, his hand went up. Thank you. That motion is carried. And now it brings us to item 4.1, which is the introduction to third quarter strategic planning meeting for 2024. And I'll turn it over to Ms. Serhan, please.
Good morning. Good morning. So before you this morning is an item that summarizes the 10-year capital plan by type of project, and the top projects on the summary are the ones that support the standard service levels that Council has previously prioritized. And then the bottom ones are the ones that are yet to be funded or prioritized. We have, administration has listed them in order of what we've heard Council say are their priorities. However, this list is a living document and can be changed at any time. The second report just lists the projects that are in each of those categories. So if you're curious as to what's in the water systems category, you can go to the second report and find water systems near the bottom. Let me find what page that's on. Oh, it's on page 2 of the document, and you will see there's 4 projects that make up that $1.2 million. Some of the other information that's on this report is if there's grant funding being assigned to these projects, restricted surplus being assigned to these projects, other funding. In the case of fleet, you'll see there's an other funded amount, and that's if it's a cost share with another municipality. The annual contribution required to fund the projects or items that are in the 10-year capital plan that have been prioritized by Council. And then funding discussion is the final column that has a few items in the first page, but mostly that second page is where the funding discussion needs to come in. Once we get through all of the other items with the information, we'll come back to this document and talk about whether we have these in the right order or if something needs to get switched, or and then proceed into the funding discussions from there. Any questions?
Any questions for Ms. Serhan? I do want to say thank you to Ms. Director Hansen, because he put in those kilometers that I asked for last time. That helps what we're doing there, so thank you. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. So many, but you had said that we'd be coming back to this throughout the day. So my assumption is perhaps many of them will be answered. So for me to ask a bunch of them now that could be answered throughout the day might be, so I'll hold them until the end of the day, because if they're answered throughout the day, that might be best.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Councillor Rockcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I was just looking at the Nordegg development numbers.
Yes.
Do we have a projection of how much of that spending would be recovered in sales?
It's very little. Most of the projects in that are projects that are not for, there are like 2 or 3 of the projects are for lots that would be sold, but most of them are infrastructure-related projects, as you can see on the bottom of
Okay.
page 2 on that detailed report, the Nordegg Cemetery, the mine site, the trestles. So,
Okay. Thank
Stewart
you.
Street, yeah.
Good.
Any other further questions for Mr. Hill? I appreciate the fact that this is going to be a living document, where today I'm hoping for some great robust discussion in regards to where we land. So I see no further lights.
Excellent, thank you.
I think we just need a motion to accept the third quarter strategic planning meeting for information. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Should we be accepting it later in the day once we are able to answer all those questions and potentially make amendments and changes? Because it's my understanding you're gonna want us to figure out some of where those funding sources are. So for us to accept it right now, when we're gonna be potentially changing it, I think that might be preemptive.
It's entirely up to council. You can accept it now and then we'll make changes and we'll have it before you again, or you can wait until after the discussion. It's entirely up to you.
The will of the committee? The will of the committee, do you want to hold off, table it till the end of the day, or we accept it for information now?
I'd like to hold off until the rest.
Pardon me?
I think get through the rest.
Okay, all right, so motion then, Deputy Reeve, to,
I can make that motion.
okay. The motion is to table the third quarter strategic planning outline, I believe, until the end of the day. I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now we're moving on into Ag and Community Services, 5.1, which is an update on the new Nordegg Cemetery design and costing. And go ahead, Director Martinson, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Reeve Council. We've chatted a few times over the process of developing a new Nordegg Cemetery concept and plan, and we're kind of back in front of you today just to give you a bit of a brief update on where we're at with especially costing, and as well as the last time there was some discussion about, last time we were in front of council, there was some discussion about inventories of the current cemetery, and we didn't have detailed information at that time to share, so we've brought that information today. We have furthered the design of the cemetery along, and with that progress, we've been able to reduce the estimated budget for both phases. For phase 1, we've been able to bring that down approximately $250,000, just in relation to further exploring some of the amenities, diving into sort of the unit costs, and then deferring some of the maybe aesthetic or non-required functions. So the paving we've taken out and sort of left in the wings until such time that maybe we can combine with future paving. There may be future paving in Nordegg to the scale that we could receive some significant cost savings for this small project. And so those are sort of the main areas that we were able to reduce the estimated budget for both phases of the cemetery. We'd done an analysis of where we were with current cemetery plot inventories, and in January 2023, we had 34 plots remaining. As of the start of this month, in this year, so as of September 1st, 2024, we are down to 12 plots. So, you know, as a reminder to council, we do limit plot sales in Nordegg to a fairly strict connection, definitive connection to the community, meaning, you know, you had to have lived in the community for the most part. And so, you know, despite limiting the plots to that, we are seeing more people that do meet the fairly strict criteria come. And a lot of that's driven by the north subdivision. You know, 20 years ago, people were a lot younger when they bought, you know, there, and now fast forward, it's something that's kind of entering into those folks' mind, and you know, that was not something that we had to deal with 20 years ago when we were selling plots. It was the only people that lived and had connections to Nordegg were kind of the really old timers that were there for forever, since I mean, some of them even back when Martin Nordegg was there. So that's sort of the major change in what we think. You know, COVID sped up all cemetery plot usage to a certain extent, but I think the main driver here is just, you know, that north side becoming, you know, entering into that phase of life where we start thinking of these things. Now, just a reminder that, you know, a plot sale doesn't equate directly within a few weeks to an internment. Sometimes, you know, we have the gap between purchase of plot and internment is 20 years. Sometimes it's a few days. It really depends on the situation. I think, you know, I think that's, you know, we've hit, you know, on the high points. You know, we'll just summarize that we did find, you know, since the last time we presented, you know, we found about $460,000 worth of cost savings in the total project, both phase 1 and phase 2, as far as the estimated budget goes. And the new cemetery would serve the community for at least 20 years. I did want to make a correction and a point around the location. The agenda item refers to the site as the old Martin Pit. It's actually the old Martin Creek Burrow Pit, and that is an area of Nordegg that does need to be reclaimed at some point. And by utilizing it in this manner, it would potentially reduce the cost of reclamation, because we're able to essentially leave the site the way it is. We've done geo. We know there's undesirable material within that mound, and that works for us. We can use that area for non-grave interments, so we're not digging in it. And so, you know, we've been able to design around the challenges of that site and probably save the municipality some sort of amount of money in the future for reclamation and development into really anything else. And anything else would require that to be cleaned up, because we would need good solid foundations, and we wouldn't be able to do that, you know, with the current undesirable material that's there. I think that's everything that we wanted to touch on, but we'd absolutely entertain any questions council had. Thank you.
All right, I'll go ahead to Deputy Bylaw.
Thank you, Reeve. It's funny, when I ran for council, building cemeteries wasn't really something that I thought was something we were gonna have to do. But it's obviously a very important subject and very near and dear to the community. I'm curious, I know that in some other communities, they've actually stopped allowing pre-purchasing of plots. So you can't go and buy one for potentially 20 years from now, to prevent an issue of not having plots available for people that need them immediately. Is that something that we have considered in Nordegg? I know that that can be also difficult for people to not have something ready for when they need it, but it does prevent plots from sitting there that aren't interned yet. Is that the proper terminology?
Yeah, I think, you know, we've seen that, and that is a strategy. Those are often facilities that have a lot more intensive management. They're able to turn, they're able to offer plots at a very short period of time to folks that need them. And so, you know, we are often not in a position to potentially within hours allocate a plot after someone passes. And in the cities, that's how they've mitigated against the anxiety of this being kind of counter to good estate planning, as far as how, you know, our loved ones get interned. I think, you know, the other thing we noticed was this was more of an urban trend where you don't tend to necessarily require and see families all in one cemetery. In cities, you know, we'll see it not being as important to people often that their entire family's in one cemetery. Here in rural, often we see that to be quite important. And so that requires not just 20 years, you know, often large amounts of plots being purchased so that the family can be together. And, you know, in Clearwater County, we have many 100-year families that have ran businesses in this community, you know, especially agriculture, but not just agriculture. And so it seems more important when we looked into that. I mean, it's certainly an option. Council can choose to operate this cemetery, being it's our own, in any fashion they want, and we are soon to inherit a second cemetery if amalgamation moves forward, and council can choose to change that bylaw as well if they wish. You know, Caroline is sitting in a great inventory position, so we're not really in the same phase of cemetery management there than we would be here. But definitely we have initiated in the past a strategic buyback for Nordegg Cemetery. When we first took over cemeteries, we did that. We went out to families that we knew had started interning and we noticed that had quite a few plots, and we offered to buy them back. And we were able to gain some then. That was, I believe, back in 2018-19. So we acquired a handful of plots back. So we have thought about how we can maximize use of the current cemetery. We've also looked at setbacks to regulated features, so the road and the water, and to double check that we couldn't sneak a few more potential inventory there. But unfortunately, the setbacks to the water body especially are regulated, and we are, you know, within that area, so we can't gain any spots there. But hopefully that answers.
Absolutely, thank you. Supplementary?
Yes.
Thank you, Reeve. You went out to the community with a presentation, and they were extremely receptive to that. The finding of the cost savings of the $460,000 that you guys found, which is fabulous, but is the community losing anything that they had seen in that presentation in that $460,000?
We don't think that we've changed any of the feedback. Some of the major feedback points that we received were things like the memorial wall, where people could be interned in a physical place but scatter ashes elsewhere. We believe that's a very cost-effective way to do internments, so we've kept that. We can still recoup costs for that type of internment, but we don't have to allocate any extra ground, and we can use vertical space rather than in the ground space for that, and we certainly have abundant more above ground space in any, you know, cemetery. So the way we're going to or design and potentially build the cemetery in respect and in conjunction with the natural amenities of Nordegg is still a component. You know, it was presented as having a surfaced road in the future. We didn't say that road would be surfaced the same year that it was built or within next year. So I don't think from that perspective we're changing it, but I think, you know, we can mitigate some of the potential concerns around consultation by, you know, kind of going back out to the community and saying, oh, you know, this is what we're gonna do in a phased approach. So to answer the questions, no, I don't believe so. The core amenities, you know, having access to a scatter garden was ranked pretty high, and again, that's pretty good use of real estate, if you will, to do a scatter garden rather than in-ground interments, and it's more in line with how people want to see their loved ones' legacy carried forward today. So I think we're still on point there. I think, you know, most of the savings were found in things like how we're going to seed, how we're going to revegetate, what material we're going to use for topsoil and stuff. That's really where we were able to get in there, and then just the natural progression from a 50% estimate to a 75% estimate. Those always tighten up. I shouldn't say always. They often tighten up, especially on something with as many unknowns as this did going into the unreclaimed site. And as it turned out, it was, you know, maybe easier to design a cemetery in than what we kind of initially expected. And you know, it is still 75%, so we still hope that we can maybe squeeze a savings here or there once we get into final and ultimate potential RFP. Though those cost savings will almost certainly be smaller than the 400 and some thousand that we were able to find going from 50 to 75.
For sure, thank you. It seems like yet again having ag and community together has been a positive. Finding some agronomy savings in there and how you're going to be dealing with the land itself. So that's great.
Thank you.
Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you, and thank you for letting us dig a little more deeply into this. No pun intended. Ultimately, I know it's a capital investment. We do anticipate some through the sales of these plots, we would have some level of income. Is that kept in its own reserve to be able to take care of the operational costs such as perpetual care or maintenance and those kind of things? How do we treat this as, you know, some sort of mitigating factors to this initial capital investment? Yeah,
That's probably a great question for Finance Manager Serhan, so I'll maybe just let her chime in on that, please.
Ms. Serhan?
Sure. The sales in the past have not ever generated more revenue than what it cost in that year to operate. So we have not, there has been no surplus in that manner to put into a restricted surplus. I guess if pricing was revisited and sales were higher than the operating costs, then we could look at that in the future.
I think adding to that, if I could, we have purposely sort of left the discussion around operating out at this point, just, you know, in respect of not affecting the current operations of the current cemetery, because of course we, you know, currently operating a cemetery there, and we don't want to artificially create fear and that people may not be able to afford to intern in the future if they are left with only the new option and so on and so forth. So council would have an opportunity and will have an opportunity should we build the new cemetery through bylaw and operating policies and procedures to establish rates for a bevy of internment options, and that was part of the plan on designing multiple internment options to allow folks to have those options, but also, you know, some will cost more than others, and that will be a direct correlation to how much space you're taking up, for the most part, you know, and/or you know, structure, whether it's on the memorial wall or whatnot. So if council wishes to recuperate, and many cemeteries do recuperate some of the capital costs, certainly we should be recuperating the operating costs, but recuperating some of the capital costs would absolutely be an option of council in the future.
Follow up?
Yeah, and thank you for that. I appreciate the fact that we'll have to decide at some point in time what a fair portion of cost recovery would be involved with this. I was just kind of trying to understand the nature of the scope of this project. It would create how many opportunities for individual plots, kind of comparable to what we have now. We're down to the last dozen or so unsold plots, I take it. That's unsold plots, not plots that are filled.
Very correct. Yeah, we have about a dozen unsold plots in the current cemetery, and many uninterned plots. So people that have accessed their plots may choose to be interned otherwise, and hence, you know, where we've been successful in the buyback in the past. But if somebody chooses today that it's their day to estate plan and wish to come and buy a new plot, an unallocated plot, there would be about a dozen left. As far as the different options, you know, in the current cemetery, we offer really two options. One, full internment, so one internment per plot, or we offer folks the opportunity to have 4 urns in one plot. So those are really the two options in the current cemetery. In the new cemetery, we would have both those options, plus we would have a scatter garden for cremation type internments that weren't the 4 urns per plot. Now, just because someone has purchased a plot doesn't mean they have to put 4 urns in that plot. They can put up to 4 urns in that plot, and so that's the other thing. We can't really force full utilization at this point in the current cemetery. Now, that could be something, you know, that we think of in the future. But also there would be, as far as this new cemetery goes, there's also the memorial wall that would allow you to just intern your legacy, not any of your, you know, your physical being. And then there's a future potential for a small columbarium if the desire had it. So that, you know, those would be the current options, and we've also considered a green burial opportunity, because that tends to be something we hear a bit about as a new trend. We still have not fully established whether that is a safe and feasible option in grizzly bear habitat. It's been proven out in black bear habitat, though, you know, on the farm we know there's a very difference in what a black bear can do as far as accessing our compost piles goes versus grizzly bear. We know grizzly bears can get a lot deeper in our compost piles than black bears can, so that worries us, and so we haven't fully decided whether this new cemetery would have that should we build it. We don't have to decide that today. We just have to sort of have that plan in place, and if it comes into fruition, we are still looking for a partner like U of A to help us work on some potential research. Yeah, hope that answered the question as far as how many new options we would be offering in the new cemetery versus what we offer in the existing cemetery.
Good. Follow up? No,
I'll
no,
allow
finish.
other questions and I'll follow up
Okay.
later. Thank you.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you. Some of my question has been answered partly already. That the cost reductions we're seeing here are from deferring some parts of the work and from finding alternative methods, lower cost methods of accomplishing some of the rest of it.
That's correct.
Does that change the long-term scope that has been presented and the long-term costs that, you know, we previously discussed?
I don't believe it changes the long-term scope, but it absolutely changes the long-term cost. You know, deferring the paving does essentially kick the can a little bit. Now, will the unit price of paving be a little bit higher in the future on its own? Yes. Will we be able to offset that by building efficiencies with a larger paving project in Nordegg? I believe so. We have quite a bit of asphalt in Nordegg already. Eventually in the future, that asphalt has to be updated or reestablished, or the technical term my friends in Public Works use. Or we may be doing new paving in Nordegg, depending on council's future decisions. And so at that time, I think that's when we would be best suited to look at the paving of this internal cemetery road, and that's truly what it is. It's not a public road, it's an internal cemetery road. So yes, it does alter or change the future costs, but that may not be all to the negative as far as costing goes. There might be efficiencies being made. This would be a very small paving project on its own, unless it was added with something else. So I hope that sort of answers the question. It's not really a yes or no question to answer.
Yes. Okay.
Follow up?
Thank you. No,
No?
not at this time.
Okay. Councillor Cermak?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, do you have a date or a year of when you think that this new cemetery, when plots will be for sale and ready to be used?
Thank you for that question, Councillor Schmark. If we were, let's say council approved it in the 2025 budget and 2026 budget, potentially as soon as 2027.
So we could be out of plots next year.
We could be selling plots next year. You know, would that equate to an internment? We don't decide, or sorry, we could be selling plots as early as 2027. Now, that doesn't equate to an internment.
No.
We don't control when an internment does or doesn't happen, of course, but we could potentially be selling plots as early as 2027. There will be a change strategy as we transition between the existing and the current, and so, you know, depending on when the current cemetery is fully allocated, you know, and when we would need those new would be more important in deciding that new cemetery operation plan rather than a calendar date. But based on, you know, the current usage, you know, it's possible that we would have all current plots in the new or the old cemetery allocated before a potential new one's built in 2027, and we would have to we would have to look at that and see what we could do, you know, whether it was another buyback scheme. Maybe we have to buy back at a higher rate than we sold to try to incentivize, you know, just to be able to continue to offer a service, or we pause service. Those are all options, and certainly pausing or no longer providing service would be an option council could decide on if they didn't want to build this cemetery. It's not, you know, and I think we've been honest and clear about that. It's not 100% required to do this. You know, like counties has to provide, you know, roads and certain services to ratepayers. The cemetery is not necessarily on that list, though it's an existing service, and it would be challenging for us to maneuver in the community, in my opinion, if we eliminated the service. But certainly, you know, it's an option council would have, and challenges happen every day.
Thank you.
Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. I think I read in the background information that this would provide a continuity of service for at least 20 years. We know we have a fairly comprehensive development plan for Nordegg. Does that include all the expectations of potential growth for that community in that period of time, or is it just more based on current usage or lots or plot sales?
The cemetery as a whole and that number of 20 years has been based on the full build out of the Nordegg development plan, and I believe the number that we often use in that is about 2,100 residents, 5,000 residents, 2,500 residents as sort of that full future build out. And so we've used those numbers and those plans to help develop and inform this process.
Thank you.
The memorial wall that is being proposed in the new, is there room in the existing to have that? And the reason why I ask is when something's out of sight, it tends to get vandalized or graffiti or whatever else. And being as how when I drove by the cemetery here a couple weeks ago, there looked to be ample room, but I mean, I don't know the chart of how, you know, the plots are divided. Could there be a possibility of moving that memorial wall down into the existing? Because there are people that just want to make sure that there's a nameplate of some of these people that have lived, maybe historically have been there. Could that be a solution in the interim as well? Because people are, like you've said, we have 12 unsold plots left, but at least they have an opportunity to put a nameplate, and not saying that we don't continue on what has been proposed, but it just would help maybe alleviate a little bit of that time constraint.
I think it's possible, though, you know, that's certainly not something that we've studied yet. We have studied other utilization, and I know, you know, a lot of the open space is that setback to the creek, and we wouldn't likely be able to establish a memorial wall within that setback just because of the potential for seasonal flooding, and there is ice issues that come with the freeze thaw that happens in Nordegg, and that's part of why we can't intern there, but also why building structures there. But you know, there could be a potential for that. It just isn't something that we've looked at today.
And I guess I'm looking at something as a memorial wall. It can be extended. So, I mean, you have you know, this is where we start. It's a piece of granite. People pay to, you know, get it engraved or put a nameplate on it, and then you can expand it as you go further as the need requires. But I would like that to be looked at, because like I say, when something is out of the open, there's less chance of things to be vandalized, and like I say, the graffiti, if it's up top, a memorial wall is just as important. I mean, I looked at just on the north side of the Discovery Center, and we have that gravesite of, you know, the miners that were killed in the explosion. There's an opportunity, I think, that we can find in a short-term efficiency and still maybe continue to discuss this at a later date. All right. Any further questions or comments for Mr. Martinson? Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
I just wanted to say that I like the Reeve suggestion, and I think the community would appreciate that as an option as well, for people that have been there 20 years but don't have a previous connection. It would make that possible. So I like the idea.
Okay. All right. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I think that it's important that when people call and they want somewhere to intern their families, that we have those options. I would hate to be the person in the Ag and Community Services Department to have to say, council decided to not build a cemetery because they chose not to. So I know I wouldn't want to be the one answering that phone and saying, nope, you can't be buried here. So I understand that sometimes this is the cost of doing business. And it's not getting any cheaper to do this than it is right now. We've found historically, if we push projects off, they actually are significantly more expensive. I do like the Reeves suggestion of having a memorial wall in the old cemetery. I think that there's value in that, and I'm sure that Director Martinson will take that back and dig into that. Another pun. But in the meantime, I would make the motion that the committee accepts the updated information as presented and recommends that council allocates $772,000 for phase 1 of the new Nordegg Cemetery in the 2025 budget.
Go ahead, any other comments? I'll go ahead, Councillor Graham, please.
I think you put that very well, Deputy Melhoff. I agree, it's something we need to move forward with. I agree 100% with it. Would suck to be the person answering that phone call, and we have a responsibility to the community, in my opinion, and we need to fulfill that, so I will be supporting this motion.
Councillor Lougheed?
I certainly would comment that I would be supporting the motion as well, with the realization that we, at some point in time, we're going to have to set a cost recovery schedule in order to, really balance off the investment in our community with those people that are getting a more specific benefit to it than the general public. So having the overall facility there is great. We have to balance or find a way to balance the cost benefit as well. So essentially a user fee, for lack of a better word.
Thank you. Any other further comments, questions on the motion? I know for myself, this is a big issue because I look at the tax per square foot of what could be accomplished up at that area as well. And really, and I don't mean to sound morbid, but at the end of the day, I've come from a community where the family has buried their loved one and then they never show up afterwards to help mitigate that and everything else. And it's unfortunate because it was more or less the deceased last wishes to be where they are. And at the end of the day, that is what happens. You go to Europe and there's no land there and everybody's burying on top of each other there. And we're very fortunate in a country as vast as we have, but we have a limited amount of property in Nordegg, and that's, to me, is the biggest issue of development there is what are we trying to, the government isn't giving us more quarters of land to expand that community. And I agree this is a community service, but I think this needs to be relooked at a little bit, and I think we can spend maybe at the budget time, we can have that conversation again. Maybe if that information on a memorial wall is down at the existing cemetery, makes more sense to start with that for 2025 and then moving on with the plan again for 2026. Anyways, that's my feelings on that. Go ahead, Mr. Hen.
Yeah, just some of the points that I think have changed since the first, this project was first put on the radar, and it's just things to consider. One is that the development of Nordegg isn't going to pay for this. This is going to be Clearwater County residents and ratepayers that will pay for this, and this is the first time Clearwater County is developing a cemetery. In the past, it's always been something that the community developed, and then over time, the loss of volunteers or the aging of the volunteers brings that into Clearwater County's mandate. And then if this is the first cemetery that is being developed within Clearwater County, is council willing to do that in other parts of the county also? Or if Clearwater County only has one cemetery, is this where council wants to put it?
Thank you. Thank you for the questions and comments. All right, so motion by Deputy Melhoff to allocate $770 for the 2025 budget. Any other comments, questions? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? And that motion's carried. All right. So moving on, thank you very much, Director Martinson, for your time today. So next up is the Central Transportation. Oh, go ahead, Miss. Oh, sorry, the second motion, sorry. The second motion is that the committee recommends that the council elect in the fall of 2025 allocates $747,000 for the phase 2 of the new Nordegg Cemetery in the 2026 budget. Councillor Graham?
I'll make that motion.
Thank you very much for making that motion. Any comments, questions? I'll call the question.
I do have a question, sorry.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Deputy Reed Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Is it standard for us to direct a new council? Like, I don't remember having a bunch of recommendations when I got elected. Maybe I missed it. But is it standard to tell a newly elected council what to do based on what we want?
Ms. Serhan?
Typically, council would just have those numbers in the future year's budget, and then it would be up to the new council to change them. There's never been a recommendation for that previously.
Okay, because yeah, this looked fairly not something we had done before.
All right. So the motion's on the table by Councillor Graham. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? And that motion is defeated. Now moving on to the Central Transfer Station concept analysis. And before we get started, I see we have some gentlemen with us. We'll do some quick introductions, if that's okay. Go ahead.
Good morning, I'm Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good morning, Daryl Lougheed, Councillor, Division 3.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, Division 1 Councillor and Deputy Reeve.
Hello, Michelle Swanson, Councillor for Division 7 and Reeve.
See my chair. Good morning, everybody. Jordan Northcott, virtual attendance, Division 4 Councillor.
Good morning, Neil Ratcliffe, Councillor for Division 5.
Good morning. Brian Surmat, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning. Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Rhonda Serhan, Manager of Financial Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CEO.
And you know me, Kurt Magnus, Director of Public Works Operations.
My name is Wilbert Yang from Tetra Tech.
Jason Doucette with Tetra Tech as well. Nice to meet you all.
Reed Williams with Solid Waste and Recycling, Clearwater County.
Thank you. So with that, I will turn it over to Director Magnus to bring up, give us the lowdown in the background, please.
Okay. Thank you very much. So good morning, Chair Swanson, Strategic Planning Committee members of the whole. At the March 26, 2024 regular council meeting, a motion was made and carried whereby administration was directed to prepare a report for the Strategic Planning Committee's review, showing 1, service level options with estimated capital, operating and life cycle costs as listed in the Solid Waste and Recycling Master Management Plan for development and operation of a centralized waste transfer facility site. 2, the financial impact of a centralized site on existing transfer sites operation costs, and staff recommendations for the best centralized site service level option. Shortly thereafter, administration reached out to Tetra Tech Canada Incorporated, who also assisted administration in the development of the council-directed Solid Waste and Recycling Master Management Plan to prepare a central transfer station concepts analysis, which reviews and provides details as per the aforementioned motion, namely options on what and how the central transfer station can be utilized, along with a capital, operating, annual and life cycle costs, system compatibility, operational efficiencies, and overall customer service. As such, attached in conjunction with the summary provided in this agenda item for the committee's review is the Central Station Concepts Analysis Report. In addition, to assist administration with today's presentation, as we have with us again from Tetra Tech Canada Incorporated, Mr. Wilbert Yang, Senior Planning Engineer, and Mr. Jason Doucette, Solid Waste Planner. Now, before continuing on, I would like to respectfully remind the committee, as per Councillor Northcott's question at the September 10th, 2024 regular council meeting to our CEO, Mr. Rick Emmons, specifically, and I will paraphrase, what priorities under the MGA are legislated. As so eloquently stated by Mr. Emmons in response to Councillor Northcott's inquiry, and again, I will paraphrase, the collection of solid waste is legislated. Similarly, if one refers to the Government of Alberta's website, it clearly states, and I quote, waste management and recycling is deemed an essential service. I bring this to the committee's attention so that during this presentation, it will ultimately assist the committee in any questions and concerns they may have, and in the final decision and recommendations to Clearwater County Council. Furthermore, again, to assist the committee in their decision-making, the current challenges we, the staff of Clearwater County, along with the public encounter in the daily operation and use, respectively, of the Central Transfer Station are as follows. 1. Walking and driving surface currently has the temporary wooden rig matting. There's a potential for trips, slips, and falls for public and staff. In some areas with the freeze-thaw, seasonal lifting of the rig mats, especially at corner connections. The matting is currently holding up in most areas. However, lifespan is a big variable and continues to be monitored. As mentioned at the last regular council meeting, 1, maybe 2 years usable life remaining. Another challenge is the offloading of smaller loads of bulky items, such as used furniture, etc., construction, renovation waste, and some yard waste, as 30 or 40 cubic yard roll-off bins are placed on what we call surface grade. Residents physically need to place in front part of the bin, which obviously causes a challenge because, again, it's at grade rather than being at eye level or such. 3, the outer elements. In winter, wind protection is minimal, poses challenges at times for residents. Snow and ice removal has a few more challenges, particularly, again, working off the rig mats than, say, an asphalt surface. There's greater care that's required in this case. 4, staff have noticed and at times witnessed vandalism, loitering, and theft from after-hour visitors. This in turn puts a burden, to say, on the staff in regards to the morning cleanup, which takes quite some time in the morning, especially in the winter months. 5, the recycle bins, particularly the 40 cubic yard roll-offs, have received some complaints. However, according to staff, a lot less than when the site was first opened. Specifically, where the bins have smaller openings, which requires the user to flatten the cardboard prior to placing it in the bin. Along with these bins, we have the stairs, and they can be a challenge for a number of individuals in regards to getting their recyclable materials into the bins themselves. Number 6, the roll-off bins, from an operational cost standpoint, require a removal often. For example, the particular unit we have, the number of trips to the landfill in 2023 was 620 trips. 90% of that from the Central Waste Transfer Station. Their average weight is 2.46 tons, which through identified systematic improvements, we would like to increase the weight per trip. And some of these options that we will present to you allow us to do that. Nevertheless, staff has done a great job in minimizing the overall effects of these challenges for the public and others. At this time, I will turn it over to Mr. Reid Williams, Clearwater County Solid Waste and Recycling Manager, who will lead us through the 3 transfer station design options for the Central Station, which best suit the county's need. And that was based on A, cost, initial, operational, and life cycle costs, fit and compatibility with existing system, level of service and ease of use by residents, regulatory compliance, and finally, operational efficiencies. Upon completion of the options, we as a team will guide the committee through a financial analysis to each of the options. As I now turn it over to Reid, please do not hesitate to ask questions, and we will do our best to provide the answers.
Good morning, Reeve and council. As Mr. Magnus described, we had sat down in an exercise to try to determine some options for transfer station usage, which is typical of transfer stations that are currently in use in Alberta. So Tetra Tech did provide us with systems that are in place, that have been successful, and that have been considered long-term facilities. The first off was a Z-wall. Z-wall concept is called that. The walls, typically, involves ramps, something similar. I don't know if people are familiar with the former Rocky transfer station. Okay, so that one was like a platform. So a Z-wall would typically be where you come through the main elevation, and then you're directed to a bin, a 40-yard bin. Okay, so currently the uniqueness of that is that you are a customer would come up and physically throw ideally bulky materials. In some cases, small demolition debris. They may throw different things, like we may eventually ask for clean shingles, things of that nature, where you have a ability to segregate and take to different areas. This system is very common in a lot of places as a supplement to what they're doing as far as an operational transfer station in other areas. The positives about it as far as is the construction. It's our lowest cost opportunity. It's our lowest cost option. It is something that obviously the costs of concrete, the costs of grade separation, the engineered fill, the cost of asphalt, those type of things are the ones that are the main drivers of cost. Outside, no buildings, no utilities, that sort of thing. So it's fairly basic. What we find is these things work fairly well in terms of residential site only. Okay, so again, the person that comes in with a bit more of a trailer that we do have in rural settings, because that's how they operate. That's what they do, and also the ability to physically take materials off your unit and then throw it into a grade separated bin. It's not for everybody. They're always cautionary with that. Staff try to help where they can, but that's a key factor in terms of the physical nature if you're loading and lifting. It's outside, preferable to have concrete padding or asphalt for around the bins, because debris does fall off. Cleanup maintenance has always been a bit of a challenge if you're graveled. Okay, so staff will sweep areas, but it's very hard to pick stuff out of gravel. It's a little thing, but over time, it just starts to make the place look a little bit unkept. Z-wall's good, but it's one load. So you load it, you put in your average 3 tons, and it goes to landfill. Central, relatively close in terms of landfill distance, but again, you're hauling individual loads, so you don't have the benefit of hauling multiple volumes of waste. You can always expand. That's the one thing. So if you have like 6, 7 bins to start, or 8, you can expand, which if it's designed properly, we'd be able to expand as growth happens. Some challenges we have with municipal waste, because again, you'd have to, in a grade separated bin, you're throwing bag garbage. Again, you have to keep birds away. There's a constant, it has to be sealed morning, night, that sort of thing. They do find their way very quickly into those type of things. So staff, need to be present, and you should have some sort of even lids when things aren't being used, okay, at downtime. So there's a little bit of operational adds to it. The next one is just the TransStore. So the TransStore system is designed by Hall out of Lethbridge, common in some areas that have a lot of transfer stations, a lot of stops. Currently used with us in Crossroads, Caroline, and Nordegg. So it was a system, I think, that was originally started, and due to the fact that we had some push pit facilities that were starting to get aged and starting to fail. So that system, in conjunction with a Z wall, is something that we looked at, and that's part of that pricing. TransStore again is it's a mechanism that hauls, we've had 50-yard bins there. They're 50-yard containers. They are direct dumped into a trailer and then hauled away. Our current system we use right now, uncompacted, because we moved away from a compacted trailer that was getting aged, and we would have to look at that in the future if that's the way to complement that TransStore system. Challenges with TransStore, like fairly low maintenance, but again, uncompacted, so you have to haul a compacted trailer. So just the cautionary, we know our run rates that we got at a Rocky transfer station. We averaged 12, 13 ton. So of compacted waste, the trailer is very expensive. You're looking at $250,000 plus. And it's very difficult. If a decision was ever made year 5 from now, year 10, that waste is going somewhere else, it wouldn't be the most efficient way to haul, okay, on a cost per ton. TransStore, again, we have the ability to add. We have the ability to start off with 3 or so or 4 and then be able to add as we go. Thought process there too is if we have to add and specifically take out waste streams, maybe such as organics or things of that nature, it gives you flexibility to add at a later date. So it just depends on the planning of how that works. The Z wall usually accompanies the TransStore, and the simple reason is to segregate recyclables and to take out bulky items, because TransStore typically can't handle, it's meant for really bag garbage. Okay, it's bag garbage, and typically once you start getting other types of waste in there, it bridges it, you get light loads, and it's very difficult if you're to use a compaction trailers really struggle with a little bit of demolition, wood, those type of things in it. It's meant for garbage that's fairly heterogeneous. So those are the big thing with TransStore. They're familiar. If there's any other direct questions on that as we go, once we complete it, that's great. The other thing is we see them in different parts of the country are the push pit. Push pit system is designed, it's basically a structure, typically unheated. It allows for residents to come in, obviously back in, flooring, putting waste onto the floor. In some cases, typically, depending on size and designated bays, you could conceivably maybe dump a trailer, which is a challenge for either TransStore Z wall or just the Z wall itself. All right, so there is kind of a ability to have a little bit of a dumping mechanism because there's equipment there to push that forward. Okay, so that's one of the things. It's quick, it's easy, it's indoors, so it's good for inclement weather. Obviously, the facility itself is there's cost to a building, the structure, the engineered fill again, and things such as like concrete and asphalt. Those are your heavy costs. Push pit, some good examples around Clearwater County. If you just had the opportunity to view, the Spruce View one, Yankee Flats, which is in Red Deer County, they have a few that were built in '09. So functionality, generally people like them. Obviously, there's something that are designed for 40 years. Our transfer stations in Clearwater County, some of them are 37, 38 years old. They're getting near 40, and they've done really well as far as structures for the time, and considering increased waste, increased population, and so again, they're fairly durable long term. Enclosed transfer station, you get away a little bit from the You know, the risks of, like, just birds, just unsightliness, quick cleanup, things of that nature. We tend to look at again, with the north quarter, it's what you visualize coming down the road. Do you see a facility? Is it something that blends into your existing rural setting? So it just depends on what that vision looks like. Doesn't matter so much today, but as you add, I know there's additional facilities that need to be looked at in those areas. So again, it would be something that has to complement that whole development and look and aesthetically look something that you know, would blend in very well. So those are just a brief overview of those three options, and how we got to those three options were based, we looked at a cost price, which is something that we thought was important. We looked at ease of construction, if there was, you know, earthworks, the costs of those. We looked at capital costs. There's push bits with compaction systems and various ones that we did earlier preview a little bit, but again, just due to the overall capital cost, it was something that we just felt wasn't in the best interest of Clearwater County at this time. Push pit, the one thing you do have built with enough capacity. The key factor that we just wanted to make this committee or this council aware of is that you're able to get to those targeted loads of 20 ton, should you ever decide to long haul transport. That's the ideal target weight based on legal loads, anywhere from that 17 to 24, depending on truck trailer structure. If you are going a further way, the more apt to get those type of tonnages through something like a push pit system, just so we're aware of it. All right, thanks. If there's any questions, we can.
Okay, did you want to, that's it for your presentation? All right, so now open the floor for comments, questions from the committee. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Thank you for bringing all of the options. That makes it a lot easier to try to decide what this future is. Director Magnus, does the MGA actually lay out exactly what level of service? You have to collect waste, you have to ensure that waste is collected, that's a requirement. But does it lay out exactly the level of service that is required? Like, you made a point of making sure that we understood the MGA, I'm just.
Yeah, so as Mr. Emmons pointed out at the last regular council meeting, ultimately, although it's legislated and it is an essential service along with water, wastewater, and that comes down to the choice of council in terms of service level provided. As Mr. Emmons pointed out, we can get rid of everything else and not worry about the transfer stations, central, as long as solid waste and recycling is being collected, and how that's done. If that means the landfill is our only site and all recyclables end up going there as well in terms of separation and so on, you know, but it is, that's the extent of it. The choice and level of service is ultimately up to council.
Thank you. Supplementary. The central site location itself, you guys had discussed that a large amount of the cost that goes with this is actually the hauling out. Like the operational cost is the hauling of it from the sites to the landfill. Would it then not be more economical for us to build a transfer site at the landfill? And then that hauling is no longer a problem. Do we have land available at the landfill itself to build something like, I actually really like option number 2. Is there land there that would really reduce the hauling fee that is a large portion of the operation cost?
Mr. Williams?
Thanks, Deputy Reeve Melhoff. There's always possibilities of creating a larger volume site at the landfill. I think our target with the central site was to try to maximize in a way to replace a transfer station that was heavily used in Rocky in a relative proximity as far as trafficability, as far as individuals. So even today, for instance, we know we're bringing there 30,000 people. We think with a facility, would we get as many as 35,000 a year? I don't know, right? So that's your trafficability there. So the question of taking it now with that same group of people utilize the landfill, is the idea to bring that, to have people go to the landfill, or just to move the tonnage to the landfill?
Well,
The tonnage does go to the landfill.
no, and
Oh.
sorry, if I may, Reeve, still having a transfer station, but at the landfill to reduce the hauling fee, the actual hauling from the central site to the landfill. It's only a couple kilometers further, you're just going in the opposite direction. Instead of east, you're going west, because the landfill is not that far from Rocky Mountain House. 30,000 people? We don't have that population if we combine the other two municipalities within our community. I thought the cards that we have were supposed to reduce the amount of out of community population. 30,000 people.
So we had Councilor Deputy Reeve Melhoff. Yes, that's so last year with the card system, we're hit about 82,000 users.
Oh, that's in the whole year.
Yes, so that's a whole
Okay.
annual basis. I'm sorry. I
Okay,
should have
sorry, I was
clarified
like, we have
that.
30,000 different people
No,
utilizing
no.
it.
So we had, that's my mistake. So in active usage, so we look at about 82,000. That includes landfill. All right, so we track that there as far as residents, so that way we get an idea what our overall tonnage is. So we have about 32,000 come to the central transfer station, and the rationale there was it was kind of designed as also a consolidation point, and also where we felt some of the population base that wasn't served immediately because we have Leslieville, Everdale, and those type of facilities. So what we do typically, if you can picture the operation at Central, we have basically maybe 4, at most 6 tons at one time in surface grade bins. Okay, so it's quick, it's easy. We probably would move, as Mr. Magnus directed, we know we ran approximately 600 and some loads last year, and I'd say about 550 were from Central transfer station to the landfill. And I guess in terms of hauling, it's not severely that far, but it's another third piece, because if you picture our operation, we have walking floors and trailers, which are, the walking floor with the trailer is probably a $500,000 outfit. So we have 2 of them, so we haul from individual transfer stations. Some of the transfer stations, like at Leslieville and Crossroads, will pair, or Leslieville and Crammond will pair. And what we try to do there is try to maximize those collection points, and then that direct hauls to the landfill, okay? From our network at our landfill, or our network through all our transfer stations, we haul approximately 5,100 tons a year, okay? So Central was in mind to try to say, okay, as we go, we realize that, we're probably hauling, we have a unique unit specifically for Central, which we had anyway, because we have to still collect bulk items in Leslieville. We have to get metals, we have to get recyclables, we have to get certain wire, things of that nature out of these other transfer stations. So the hook lift does work pretty well. It's just we have a unique add to that, where we're looking at eventual consistency with our hauling operations, and be able to, maybe look at long-term reducing the kilometers that we haul and maybe the capital cost of equipment. Okay, so those are the key things. The landfill has room for various things, and that you could possibly develop. There is space out there. Again, there's those approval processes you'd have to look at and why. But again, what we find typically where we struggle is Crammond, Caroline, when you want to suggest people, and I understand if you don't want to use the landfill, but it's an hour away, they're not really excited about that. So it's really the customer user experience, where those transfer stations are. And because we don't physically collect waste for the users, we ask them that they come, some need that facility weekly. It's to try to give that user the best experience they can have through Clearwater County at a reasonable cost.
For sure, but is there space at the landfill to build, say, option number 2 at the landfill to reduce that hauling cost?
If I may, sorry to interrupt here. I'm just going to refer back to the solid waste management plan. That plan was put together to find efficiencies, okay? In-depth analysis in terms of efficiencies associated with this municipality and what it would require in regards to providing a level of service that still allows us to meet the needs of the residents. And through that study, we worked it down to basically 7 sites, okay, from the current 10 and the landfill. Through that study, if that was in any way manageable or felt that was an efficient option to put in this case, as Councillor Melhoff indicated, the central site at the landfill, that would have come up, but that is not efficient. If we want to continue to serve the people and account for the population and where most of the population is and such, that is one, as per the study, that is one of the key level 1 sites that we would need at that current location. And then the other 6, and then the landfill itself. So in response to your question, Councillor Melhoff, no, it's not an efficient use of the landfill itself. The landfill is the landfill. Its sole purpose is there. We're going to do another cell development here in probably another 5 years. And as per the study, that site there is key to making sure we meet the needs of the greater area of population that is, typically from Rocky Mountain House and the surrounding area. So, yeah, in no way did the study indicate to even consider that as another central station. It's a landfill. There is the opportunity to provide some recyclable collection bins there at the landfill, and that is indicated in the 10-year capital. We can definitely do that, but in and of itself, no, it's not ideal.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Thank you for putting this information together. What other locations were looked at for a central site?
Mr. Magnus.
The other considerations were potentially just to the south of the town of Rocky Mountain House. That would be another consideration. However, having said that, there are challenges with that. It's not in my backyard challenge, right? You always see that. Number 2 is the regulatory requirements in terms of establishing a waste transfer site. Once you already have something developed and in place, it's sort of, I guess, set in stone, but it's that mentality of, again, not in my backyard, and along with that, the regulatory requirements really play heavily into that as well. So we did consider that to the south, but the hurdles and challenges in regards to just acquisition land, and as I said, the previous challenges made it very difficult. Yeah. So given that, the central, because it's already been established there, makes it that much more ideal, along with the fact that we have that land already and the potential to continue with an admin building, et cetera, storage and so on.
Follow-up?
Yes, thank you. So the town using the old site is only really permissible because it was grandfathered? Is that the situation?
Correct, yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you for now.
Okay. Councillor Gray?
Thank you. Excuse me. First of all, thank you guys for putting this together. I feel so hard reading this presentation. It was exactly what I was hoping for, so thank you guys very much for your work on it. I personally really like option 2. I like the flow of the conceptual layout, because this is the station that I use, and I find if there are multiple people there, it can get a little bit confusing, and excuse me, people are cutting other people off, and it can be a little tricky. So the flow of that conceptual layout looks really good to me, which it's obviously on all 3 options. But I personally, when I used to be an attendant at these stations, I really like the trans stores best. They can be a bit of a pain in the derriere when you have larger items, but I'm guessing that's what the roll-off bins would be there for, are those larger items. So you guys really did a great job of anticipating that. I appreciate too that there's a reuse building in there. I think a calf shelter would suffice for that, and I'm really excited to see that. Paving, I think, does need to be done one day, but I don't know that right now is the time. I don't know if that would be a pain in the butt to do that in a few years, if everything would have to be moved and it would be extremely costly. But for me, we wait until we're a little bit down the road to pave. And to see the security enhanced would be great as well. That's obviously something that needs to happen. So I love option 2. I think you guys did awesome work here, and I appreciate it very much.
Thank you. Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you very much, Reeve Swanson, and again, thank you for presenting 3 options for committee to delve into it. But I'd like to throw out, perhaps pun intended, some of the operational concerns I might have. I see irregardless of which option we choose, there is a 20% contingency on operations. Maybe can you delve a little deeply into that? I think, is that because these are unproven? Or is it, I see us have similar examples already in use. Why the rather sizable contingency? 20%, I believe, is something I haven't seen before.
Thank you for that question, Councillor. I'll turn it over to our representatives with Tetra Tech, and they can provide us some further insight into their thinking in regards to their contingency costs.
Sure. A lot of times with operating costs, you don't know exactly like how, what you need. And so we take into consideration what's currently there, and we indicate that you might need extra staff to manage those facilities. We also take into consideration that there's going to be inflation, so there's going to be labor costs going up as well as fuel costs going up. So we want to just factor that in and make sure that you have a number that is more realistic and not too optimistic.
Follow-up?
I think I'll leave it at that for now.
Okay, thank you. I have a question in regards to EPR. And is that built into this design, EPR? When are we ready to pull the trigger on that? And is there any cost recovery from EPR?
Yes, so in terms of EPR, we did factor that into the operating cost. That's another factor in terms of why it's a little bit more expensive, because there will be more staffing requirement to manage those pieces.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions in regards to what we've seen? I know for myself, when you mention like the after-hours vandalism, is that going to be a future problem or more? Lighting can sometimes take, deter that, things like that. So we realize that it's an undeveloped site. So maybe in the future, if it gets developed, then that will help maybe deter that issue. The other comment that I would like to make is that in these push pits that have been designed, and you mentioned the one out by Spruce View, I drive by that every once in a while. The one that I see, it's not a very large one. I would believe that there's only like one pit in that, so it's not overly large. Would that be suffice for something here, or would be considered too small?
In terms of push pits, I think we designed it so that it fits the trailer, and having that trailer, we're able to store more material in there if we need to store more material. And it gives you the opportunity to, if for instance you're collecting organics, you can put organics on one side of the building and then your garbage on the other side of the building, so you can manage that flow a little bit better and control your facility. So it just adds more options in terms of the operation of the pit.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. Most people I talk to have adapted, to using this site, and don't see the need for an investment of this nature. How do the current operating costs compare? how would we answer that comment?
Mr. Williams?
Thank you, Councillor Radcliffe. So at a very, I would say a very high level estimate for operating costs, we're looking anywhere between $450,000 to $500,000. What that typically would include is obviously the labor component, the amortization, which the heavier amortization for us is the rig mats. Depends if you base over 5 or 10 years, which we've done 10 years. Just based on, because we can use them in another facility. Clearwater County can utilize those mats after. That includes tipping of about $87,000 a year, no different than the operating costs that we're showing there. Transport, we're roughly running at about, we're figuring between $70,000 a year, 72, and that's basically because we haul individual loads. So that's, we basically have an internal cost per hour that we try to work off of based on labor, repair, maintenance, those type of things. It fluctuates because newer equipment, your amortization's higher, those type of things. Then there's maintenance. The maintenance is pretty standard, skid steer, minor equipment. So we're looking right in that with amortization, bin costs, the assets that we got from the region that we still have some amortization with, just based on taking over those costs. So we're estimating high level $450,000 to $500,000 a year.
To operate the current site?
Yeah, and that's with amortization. So really, we don't have a high level of capital. We have rig mats. We basically have, and I wouldn't say they're dedicated pickups. Do you know what I mean? They're fleet pickups that we utilize through our whole system. Skids here. We utilize our bins. We've got a few minor facilities out there are repurposed from the landfill job shack that Clearwater County's had for probably 15, 20 years. So some of those were redone, but just power, we've put some basic power in there, those type of things. So based on that, we're looking, if you include amortization, 450, 460, 470.
Good.
That helps.
I heard, I'll let,
No, keep on.
an idea I heard from the public was, and most of the complaints I've heard are around some of the bins themselves, like the cardboard bin and the difficulty to access them that I think could simply be changed to a different style. The suggestion was to put a cover like over the salt sand so that taxpayers could drive through out of the weather, less wind blowing stuff around, and just deposit in the different bins as they went. Is that feasible, or is there just too many complications to try and do something that way for a much lower cost?
That's a great question, Councillor Radcliffe. I think the
If
biggest.
if I may,
Sorry, Kurt.
I think we'll turn this one over to the experts. Mr. Doucette, if you're able to comment on that type of system, if that is feasible.
Thanks, Kurt. Thank you, Councillor Radcliffe. It is feasible. When I think about the concepts that we've shown you, there's a recycle area that has, we've sort of placed it in the, I believe it is the southeast corner. And if you wanted to add a protected shelter in there, like a sand salt shed, in my head, I'm thinking, you know, cost-wise, you're probably, depending on the size you want, you're looking at over 300,000 for something like that to get that done. I'm thinking that you could direct a flow of traffic of people through a long, narrower structure with some bins along the side, possibly using front load bins, something like that. 6-yard front loads for the different materials, moving them around with the skid steer. So it is feasible. But when I think of efficiencies with the concepts, again, that we've provided, those roll-off bins that assist, say, the TransStore that you've seen in option 2, or we have the Z-Wall bins supporting each of the options. I think that is, in my opinion, a more efficient way to deal with your recyclables. I feel that if your residents were to experience the dropping of recyclables into a roll-off bin that's at a lower grade, I think their opinions would probably change on efficiencies and ease of use. But again, there is definitely some merit to what you propose. But I feel from my experience that roll-off bins would probably be a better way to go.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. So you were saying that the current operating cost is between 450 and 500, just estimating. If this is more efficient, why is it almost double to operate this as opposed to something that is currently presumably less efficient?
So with the, do you want me to talk? So with the design, we have more, I guess we have more features, we have more, probably have more staff, and there's more things that are going on, so there's more services.
Okay.
And again, Councillor Melhoff, I think their initial design the initial tonnage, where we're at today with what they've projected was a little bit higher, 1,500 for that size facility. Why we went to the 1,500, because it's known, we know that through the Rocky system, when we used to move waste through TransStore, we were collectively, like with the town, moving approximately 1,800 metric ton a year through the TransStores. And the town of Rocky already had curbside collection in place for about 4 years, right? So we were trying to estimate what size facility, give ourselves 20 to 40 years, just to kind of project out a little bit and saying, instead of what we're doing today is about 1,200 all in at Central tons a year, is 1,500 tons reasonable with growth, you might have greater usage from the other areas of Clearwater County just because of the facility itself. So it's trying to project that, so there's a little bit more cost assumptions with the higher the tonnage you have in that facility.
All right. Councillor Cermak?
Yeah, I'm really leaning toward this, the push pits. I see that the cost is quite a bit more to initially build them, but the push pin pits that we have now in our rural stations are like 37 or 38 years old, and they're still quite usable. So we know that we could get at least 40 years out of it. And I see that, I like the enclosed building. You shut the doors, no birds, no nothing can get at them. You're free and clear for the night. The maintenance cost is quite a bit lower. Well, not quite a bit, some lower. So I personally push towards a push pit. And am I right in saying that the life expectancy could be 40 plus years for a push pit at our central station?
Yes, I think you'll easily get 40 years. 40 years is a nice conservative estimate, but you'll get that.
And out of all of the options, I believe, again, in my opinion, it has the longest lifespan out of all of the options.
So every year you add to it, the cost goes down.
Correct.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Lahi.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson, and I appreciate that when you're looking at projections in the future that you're anticipating growth. I certainly anticipate growth and want to encourage growth within our community. What numbers are you using for that, so that I can kind of align my thoughts with what professionals are viewing our community as?
So whenever we design facilities, we usually design facilities for the future. So, so if we look at the current rate, usually we kind of project 20 years from now or 30 years from now, how large would the population be and what the amount of waste would be generated. So we looked at that and we basically came up with 1,500 tons a year as your operating cycle.
And perhaps where are we at now? The number of tons now. I know that the community is becoming more conscious on waste, trying to recycle more. So I know that it's a difficult thing to predict the future. That's one of the roles we have to do as governance, is try to predict the future and build our infrastructure and our capital investments to match where we think we're going to be. We're going to try to skate towards that hockey puck like Wayne Gretzky did. So we want to do the most efficient investment now to cover off going into the future. So just kind of understanding where we're at right now, and then you've indicated 1,500 tons. So where are we at right now? I think I saw that number in the...
Like 1,200 or like 1,200, 1,250.
Yeah, we, last year with, because we direct haul, we have all our weights, it's around 1,200 ton, which is about 950 to 1,000 is what we call our residential waste. We have a certain amount of what we call construction renovation waste, yard waste, and bulky items. Okay, so that makes up roughly approximately 1,200 tons a year. And again, when we look at that, the 1,500 tons, if you were to look at IE, for instance, it really just comes down to if you had a push pit of 1,500 or a trans store system that handles that, it's easy to service if you go a little farther as well or higher. It's just you have more trips out of it. You clean it out quicker, you haul quicker. You have the equipment to complement that. So the size of that facility would endure the test of probably the next 30 years, 40 years, because you just move materials out. To further that question, we had Tetra Tech size a certain size facility that would give us approximately that. We did have an opportunity to tour the Yankee Flats facility. They have a little bit less tonnage that goes through there, anywhere up to 1,000 tons, like 800 to 1,000. But typically what they have is they've also got, in their hamlets, there's curbside. There's the thing is that customers are very used to using that facility. And they have it set up where they're one load a week out of their 18 to 20 ton, because they transport the West Dried meat landfill. So it works efficiently that, you know, one haul load a week. So again, it's a manageable trucking system as well. So.
Thank you for that, if I could.
You bet.
I see that increase from 1,200 to 1,500 tons being kind of in alignment with what progressive councillors have looked at as our growth potential over the next decade or two. We see that 25% increase as being potentially an achievable goal, and I think it's good to consider building to that amount so that we kind of meet these buildings at capacity kind of midstream of their lifestyle. I think that's prudent going forward. I will just share, like Councillor Cermak, that I see advantages to the push pit design. It has extremely long life, the ability to perhaps add on at some point of time as well. And I think there's a familiarity with our community using those kinds of facilities. It's generally accepted, I believe. And I have been involved in this chair for some time, and I know that maybe the impression on the TransStore concept has, maybe with use, has become more favorable than it was initially. I know the TransStores had a number of challenges at the beginning with both the community using them and the administrative operational concerns. And maybe you can just speak to the experience with the TransStore option now and how you're finding that as they're being used more and more.
So in my travels throughout Alberta, with certain municipalities that have used the TransStore, much to what Reid was talking about, a good system for, bagged waste, smaller items, problems again with the bulkier C&D materials, not meant for that. One thing that I've seen is when the trans stores are flipped up and over into the waste trailers, if you have any prevailing winds, your staff are subjected to quite a cleanup. So the site needs to be cleaned, the maintenance goes up with that. In colder weather, the trans stores are at risk with the hydraulics. The cylinders can struggle with colder temperatures. So if you have heavier weights in the winter, thankfully the weights in winter are usually reduced because the garbage is frozen and it's not as compact. That's one thing that the cold weather uses of trans stores is a risk, but it can be mitigated with a good maintenance plan, having backup cylinders, having somebody on call. So that's good. The reduced weights of the haul, again, 11, 12 tons. I believe if you're using the compacted trailer, Reed, you were getting 13, 14. So you can up it a little bit, but again, keeping up those compactor trailers can be higher maintenance there. Costs of the compactor trailer, as Reed said, up in 450, 500,000 to start. So other municipalities have done well with their rural sites, but if you have something closer, like a central site closer to town, you may struggle with the amounts of waste. But again, there is the ability to add into the future quite easily. You can plan ahead and have extra spots for trans stores. You can build the slots for the trans stores ahead of time and then add as you need. So there's a lot of good, but there are a lot of risks going with trans store. And again, going forward, if your landfill was ever to run out of space, you're now forced to think of other options to maybe haul out of county to, say, a larger landfill somewhere, or a transfer station, or a processing facility that may exist in the future. The trans stores, again, if you're only hauling 12, 13, 14 ton, you're gonna be spending a lot more money just hauling air. Whereas if you were with the push pit, it gives you that versatility to look outside the county should the time come that your landfill is unable to accept any more waste. Hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you, and if I could, a
Absolutely.
bit of a follow-up. The push pit design that you've presented here today, would it allow for some segregation of, say, for instance, construction waste versus bagged garbage, so that you would have more efficient use of transferring those loads with that?
Absolutely. There are a lot of transfer stations that actually have, they'll set aside for organic, so they might even set aside for wood waste, like woody material, and then of course the garbage on the other side. And as facilities do get built to process, for instance, wood, to use that as a fuel or something like that, that's certainly an option that you can do with the push pit.
May I add? Just speculating about the future too, with the idea that you just mentioned, roll-off bins can be used for construction and demolition material. Should it become an option in the future, Class 3 landfills in Alberta have less restrictions. What a Class 3 landfill is, it is just inert waste, construction and demolition material mostly. You may find it easier to be able to open up a Class 3 landfill in future and segregate your C&D materials to that landfill using the roll-offs that we've put into the concept plans for the push pit, and then all of the soft waste, household waste, Class 2 waste could be hauled off in the 53-foot waste trailer to whatever facility, be it a Class 2 landfill or a processing facility outside of the county.
Okay, thank you. You just answered my question. That was one of my questions I was gonna ask. Looking at the recyclable area that you've outlined, is that gonna be, that's where I'm anticipating the EPR issue will be located. Is that gonna be accessible by the larger trucks? Like, how is that gonna be taken out? I mean, yes, that's where all our residents are gonna you know, will be helping us out there. But at the end of the day, I don't see a loop for the blue truck arrow in there. So I'm just curious on that, or how it's only got a purple arrow in there, no blue arrows, sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. That recycle area, if we do incorporate like through EPR, our early preliminary discussions have had circular materials most likely, looking at even like collection through front end, as we're doing currently in the county, or roll off, okay? Because they look at it holistically, not just the county, they will look at it from probably a central Alberta type of a look. So we haven't quite got an idea how they would collect it. We do think that based on efficiencies and current application of what we're doing, front end bin collection, because there is an element of compaction, may be the way they go. So it's just accessing smaller bins, getting the compaction, and then being able to go to a facility of their deciding, whether that's, we haven't had that information yet. I don't know if they know that information just yet, but that would be the quickest, easiest way to collect probably, and then take it to a processing facility.
And we are on for EPR as of June of 2025, correct?
April 1st, 2025.
Oh, April 1st.
Yeah, April 1st, 2025, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Zermack.
Is there more questions for this?
Yeah.
Because I'm really leaning towards the push pit. I think everybody realizes that I am. So I wouldn't mind making the recommendation.
Okay, did you want to make offer, comment, or question? You had your light on, sorry, somebody shut it off. Did you want to, Councillor Lahi? If it was, it was a ghost. It was a ghost? Okay, there you go. Go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
That the committee recommends to council consider the push pit option for Clearwater County Central Transfer Station for the year 2025. Which year should we pick?
We should only be building a budget for the following year.
For 2025?
Okay, thank you for the recommendation. Any discussion on the recommendation? Sorry, I don't have Councillor Northcott's thing, so if he puts his hand up, he has to, someone will have to let me know. Go ahead, Councillor Gray. Oh, he does. Go ahead, Councillor Northcott. Sorry, we didn't see your hand up.
No worries, that's okay. I do have a few comments and a few thoughts on this. I would be in favor, I think, the design and with the push pit, for the organic garbage and the use of the Z-ball with those pits for recyclable items and for construction, for shingles, lumber, that sort of a combination as administration has designed here or drawn. However, it's the location. I'm not sure if the location is appropriate. I guess my one thing is convenience to residents, and I'm just wondering if I know that previously there was a separation of a regional waste agreement, but I'm just wondering if there's been any recent discussions or consultation with the neighboring municipality, Rocky Mountain House, and if there's any future likelihood that there could be residents from that municipality being able to use a transfer site that would be closer to the urban municipality. It also would, being this, I know it's not that far away from town, but still it is still some distance. So, it's committing everybody to have to sort of drive that additional distance, not only for the users, but also for staff. Like, there's no opportunities there for really any public transportation to get to work, or, if they want to ride their bike in summer or something like that. And to have a transfer site at the landfill, I think it would be too there would be too much of a conflict between traffic. Often at a landfill, from what I've observed, is it's often very heavy vehicles, and I don't think the the cross between personal vehicles and heavy vehicles would be a good match. So I was just wondering if there's been any discussion, if there's any future probability of a between the municipality of Rocky Mountain House and Clearwater County, there would be a likely option in the future.
Thank you for the comments and questions, Councillor Northcott. And I'm looking across the way. I believe that the town service is a pickup service, so does not necessarily complement what we do. Go ahead, CEO Emmons, please.
Thank you. And yes, to address the question, Councillor Northcott, administration has discussed the concept with the town of Rocky, and likewise, they've discussed it with us. The town of Rocky and Clearwater County do have different priorities when it comes to solid waste. We did go through significant work separating out those assets and creating the new solid waste at significant dollars to achieve that. To go backwards at this time would also cost significantly. And really it's about aligning the two municipalities' priorities as well as cost. So at this time, it really didn't seem feasible. In the future, hopefully.
Okay, I do have just a little bit more of a comment, I suppose.
Go ahead.
If that's okay. Absolutely, I wouldn't, I don't think anybody wants to go backwards, for sure. But to not consider the future, I don't think that would be responsible either. It is, I don't know if it's, to me, I view it as it could be the current location with the mats, that something does need to be done and addressed there. But it's the location, and I'm just, it's the convenience. Like, a lot of residents will go to an urban municipality such as Rocky Mountain House to do daily errands and activities, but with the location being at such a distance, it's sort of a nuisance. It creates a nuisance factor of additional driving, and there's always wanting to reduce carbon footprints and reduce emissions, but yet with the distance, promoting people to have to drive greater distances does contribute to pollution. So I just wanted to see if there's any options. We have and I've seen some transfer sites that are, very pleasantly appealing to the eye. They're nice, neat, clean with the Z pits and also the push pits, so they can be nice and clean. They're not a they can be quite clean. They're not a landfill. They're just a transfer site. But just again, are there any options getting closer to the urban municipality, Rocky Mountain House, for a bigger transfer site there?
Thank you, Councillor Northcott. Councillor Grant?
I would agree with you, Councillor Northcott. I would love to see the two municipalities work together. I think that would be best for the community as well, but I don't think we're there right now. But hopefully one day we will get back there. Didn't council make a motion that this was gonna be the location for the transfer station? I believe historically we made that motion. I'm not sure, maybe I'm making it up. I thought that we had that conversation and made the motion and decided on it. But I have two questions about the push bin motion. Would that include a reuse shed, and would dump trailers be able to dump inside of it?
So yes, definitely the reuse area would be a part of any of the options. And yes, the push pit is very effective for dealing with dump trailers and dumping tilt deck vehicles.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. I'll be supporting the motion before us. ultimately, I look at the life cycle costs of the push pit, although slightly higher. We also know that most of those costs are operational, and the same standard value of 20% contingency was applied to each. I think we have almost 40 years of experience with push pit type thing. I think the contingency on that particular option will be less necessary than it might be on unproven other choices. So that's why I would support it for overall life cycle costs over the total 30 years. And I also believe, as Councillor Cermak said, that we have existing facilities that are approaching, well over that 30-year life cycle and are still entirely serviceable. I think we can perhaps expect that this will be the lowest cost option over the full life cycle of this facility.
Thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff, and then I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I appreciate your points on the push pit. I can't support an $8 million price tag for waste. I just can't do that. We have many other priorities. I absolutely understand that they're the 30, 40 plus year amortization of the life cycle, et cetera. However, I can't support an $8 million price tag. I also agree we should be looking at different locations, as Councillor Northcott has said, and looking at a location based on this is the land that we own. Even though this is closer to residents potentially on the east side of the county, I think we should be looking at other locations. But that aside, I do think we did make a motion that was to be the location. I can't remember, but I do believe that we've had that conversation once before. I just can't support the price tag of option number 3.
Thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. My feelings are very similar to the Deputy Reeve. Based on polling I've done in the community, I simply cannot support an $8 million expenditure investment into this at this time, when most people seem fairly happy with what we have. I would like to think that at some point in the future, we may be able to work with the town on a site like this. I would prefer to see this decision deferred. But I will not support this motion at this time.
Thank you. Councillor Cermak.
Yeah, I only have one more follow-up question or comment. If we put, and I'm sure that we did vote that it was to be at the central station on our north quarter. I like the idea of the building. You close it up. We're that close to the airport. There's going to be no birds flying around at night because they can't get into any other refuge. It's all covered. It takes less people to look after it. It doesn't matter if the wind's blowing 90 miles an hour. You're all inside of a building. Nothing can escape. There's so many pluses to spending the extra few million to have it that it's going to be way less maintenance and way less hassle in the years to come. We plan on expanding the airport bigger. So why not expand this and have it that it's going to be great for the next 40 years? Thank you.
For your comments. Yes, go ahead, Director Magnus.
Just for clarification purposes in regards to Councillor Graham's question on the reuse building, the costs provided within this agenda item and the report itself do not include the cost of a reuse building. Okay, just for clarity to Council, we will be bringing a separate agenda item forward to the Strategic Planning Committee of the whole meeting on October 29th, which will address the motion put forward in regards to looking at reuse buildings at every transfer station site. And at that time, we'll bring up some of the costs associated with that and feasibility, efficiencies, et cetera, at that time. But in itself, the land is available there, as you can see in that diagram. in regards to handling recyclables and the EPR, et cetera, that if council so chooses to move forward with a reuse building, whether it's at one site or two sites, whatever sort of thing, that land is available there to allow us to accommodate that.
I have a question in regards to the full design that includes the push pit, the Z bins, whatever. Can we do this in a phased approach?
Absolutely, but done in a phased approach. If you look at the diagram, you can certainly build one side first and then build the other side later.
Okay. I guess for me, my comment, my personal experience, because this is the site that I personally use, I see the congestion. I see that this isn't as it is existing, is, if you're there by yourself, it's a great site because there's nobody else to issue going in or going out. And you guys are commendable for how you guys have laid it out and in the short period of time when you guys did, and very operable. But I see the need for the push pit because I see the efficiencies of having a compacted truck go to another processing facility. And that's, to me, is the draw for a push pit building, is to be able to create the efficiencies in the hauling of more tonnage to an operational or processing plant versus throwing it into a landfill. And I want to be able to eliminate that need of $3 million in the future, $5 million in the future, or whatever that, or 5 years from now. So to me, it's like, take that $3 million from the future, throw it on today's push pit, and you create that efficiency going forward. So I'm all about, we all want to reduce emissions, reduce carbon footprint, and I get that, but I would like to see this phased over a couple of years or over 2 or 3 years, is, start with the Z bins and, start with a smaller push pit building. I don't see 2 levels, I see a 1 level. Very basic, the less doing, and really, we'll have some learnings when the EPR is kicked in too as well, where people will, contribute to that. Because right now, as the calls that I'm getting from the public are, I can't put my cardboard in that building, so I'm just throwing it away because I can't physically get it through. So they're choosing not to recycle because of that physical exertion. So, and maybe if everything's more accessible, that may change the amount that's going out to the landfill. So I will support, but I would like to say that we do it over a bit of a phased approach, or because we don't know what that EPR is going, or a smaller, like I say, the smallest push pit that we can get, and then add on down the road as we get more volume. See more lights. Go ahead, Councillor Lougheed, and then I'll go to Councillor Graham.
And I just still want to comment that I think we have created a very efficient system of having transfer stations. The last thing we want to see is everybody driving all the way to the landfill with 6 bags of garbage. The impacts and the costs to our road, to the traffic, to the safety of our community by that, or shifting more towards people delivering directly to the landfill. I think these transfer stations are efficient. They use large trucks to transfer many small loads to its end destination. I think that's the key part of our efficiency there. I think the question here is, do we want to maintain a service level? Do we want to expand it? Or how do we anticipate where the future is going? I think this anticipates the future. There's some capacity there to grow as a community and to also set an example of how to handle waste in an efficient manner, looking not just for the pain of today, but the efficiency of the future as well.
Thank you. Councillor Graham?
you all offer wonderful points, and as a resident, I'm totally sold, but for my counselor hat, I'm still on the trans stores, so I will not be supporting this motion, but you all have very good points, and you were really close to selling me on it.
No worries. Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
I think Reeve Swanson raised an interesting question, and I'm wondering if you, in anticipation of that question, have put together a scenario of what that would look like in a phased approach as far as deliverables and costs.
Okay, I have other lights on too as well, so go ahead and then we'll.
In terms of building it in a phased approach, because you are building it twice, the cost will most likely be higher. You will build one unit and then you'll need to operate it. And then when you start the next phase, you will need to secure the building and everything and then build around it. So, and then not to mention, there could also be additional costs with inflation of building the second part. So just something to take into consideration.
Okay, thank you. Yeah,
Follow up?
go ahead, follow up.
What would the magnitude of that extra cost be?
We haven't done that.
Okay.
So we could certainly look into that.
Unfair question. Thank you.
I have, did you want to comment, CO Emmons, or your light is on? That's why I'm asking. No, go ahead.
Thank you, I didn't press it.
Oh.
But I will caution, traditionally, the phased approach is preferred. It gives you more ability to control costs in the given year. Given the last 5 years with what we've seen with inflation, that's concerning. Operationally, it would also spread out staff, would be the other operational component we'd have to work through.
Okay. Ms. Serhan?
Yeah, those were thoughts that I thought should be just raised just for consideration, is that the phased approach is typically more expensive over the long run, especially due to the inflation that's been happening and the cost of when you're doing a project, just adding a bit more square footage, or depending on what the phase is, if it's a totally separate piece that you're gonna build later, maybe that does make sense, but increasing the square footage of a facility is typically less expensive at the time of construction than phasing that in over time.
Thank you. Do you want to comment?
Just from experience in transfer stations that we've phased, the other issue is during the second construction is your contingency plan for continuing operations at the rest of your site can get quite, I would say, complicated and expensive operationally. And you may have to take your services backwards at that time to sort of work around the constructions because your flow of traffic will be interrupted and whatnot. You can do your best now in the design stage to try and minimize that, but there would be some considerations in today's designs to try and find those solutions for the future.
Thank you for that. So the proposed push pit building that's there, the 25 meters by 25 meters, that is what would accommodate right now, correct? Or is that, would accommodate the future as well, the 1,500?
Future.
Accommodate the future? Okay, thank you. All right. Any other comments or questions? Go ahead, Councillor Logan.
One quick comment, I guess, an observation. I think we have undertaken a number of projects with some public service buildings in the past with the opportunity for those to be expanded as time goes on. We know from practical experience that the cheapest time to have added that space that we anticipate is right in that original building project. And it becomes just as prohibitive 3 or 5 years down the line to add that extra bay or to add that. It really, it does require a commitment to looking to the future and trying to balance the needs of today with the needs of tomorrow and doing it in a cost-effective manner. And I know there is it's always challenging to spend today for tomorrow, but that's the role of an enduring entity like a municipality. We know that that solid waste is going to exist, and we have a responsibility to create an efficient plan to deal with it as we move into the future. And I think that's what we're deciding today. And I still believe that this one is the most efficient over the entire life cycle cost of managing solid waste in our community.
Thank you for that. I would agree. I'm looking at the future saying I see the savings of, if you have an efficient site, there's little need for down the future as far as I'm just looking at another landfill cell. That's where I'm worried at. I think there's opportunity that these processing plants are gonna get more efficient and they're gonna draw, and yes, it's more, it's a truck on the road per se, maybe once a week, so be it. It's, at the end of the day, we have an opportunity to be good stewards to the environment as well. I know that's part of our strategic plan, is to be good stewards to the environment, so. Go ahead, Councillor Northcott, I see your hand up.
Great, thank you very much. I think this will be my last comment here, but I would be in favor of the conceptual layout that administration has there for a push pit transfer station with a Z-wall system with the 4 roll-off bins. And I'd even be in favor of putting dollars or funds aside into a restricted surplus account for future construction. I'm not in favor of the location, the current location of where it is right now. So I'm in favor of that layout and that design and funding it, but not at that location. That's my comment.
Thank you. All right, so there's a motion on the floor by Councillor Cermak that we go with the recommendation to council for the push pit design for the year 2025. So if there's no other further comments or questions, I will call the question. All those in favor of the push pit design? And those opposed? So I would assume that, I'm just confirming, Councillor Northcott, you are in opposition, correct?
That is correct. I'm in opposition to that motion because it's in the unfavorable location, in my opinion.
Thank you. I didn't know if the delay or not, so anyways, between the motions. So that motion is defeated. So with that, still looking, I'm just looking at the time too. Does council want a quick 10-minute break? Okay, I've had a yes. So let's just have a quick 10-minute break and come back and to further discuss this agenda item. And welcome back to our Strategic Planning Committee meeting for September 16th. We just had come back from a quick break, and in the discussion before, and the motion that was defeated was in regards to a push pit design. There was no mention of location at this point in time, but I believe, as Councillor Graham had brought up before, that there has been a motion by council that this would be the central region transfer station location as designed, as voted by council previously. And I can't, Councillor Graham, do you remember what date that was at that point in time? If you could fill me in, please.
I went sleuthing over our break and it was October 30th, 2023, and you made the motion, Reeve Swanson, and it was carried.
Thank you. So for that, I'm just offering that information for Councillor Northcott. So, because he was in opposition of the location. All right, so with that, we are discussing the design of a central transfer station, and we've been given 3 different options and one push, and Councillor Cermak made the motion for push pit, that was defeated. So now looking at the balance of council here, what is the opportunity, or I see a blanket light, did you want to offer any information before we go into discussion? Director Hansen.
Yes. Good morning, committee members. So I just wanted to kind of maybe lay out the realisms when it comes to capital construction for a project of this size. So the way that the capital budget is currently laid out would be detailed design for 2025. And then really the amount of earthworks that are required there, that would be likely just strictly earthworks in 2026. Of course, the construction of a storm pond would be required for something like this, as well as because of the grade separation, there's going to be a combination of engineered fill as well as using some of, perhaps the opportunity to use the fill from the storm pond in order to construct this grade separation that's required. So that would likely consume, between the tendering and construction process, that would use up all of 2026, and then your facility construction would be really 2027. So I think that would fit well to the phased approach of, and the taking this cost and spreading it over a longer period of time in the essence of constructability. There is a significant amount of earthworks that's involved into building this grade separation. So that definitely, even if it was was constructed earlier in the year, that would give it a year to go through the freeze thaw so it could settle, and then it'd be available for facility construction. So I would say that's really an essence of, for all 3 options, whether it be for the push pit or the Z wall or the trans stores. It's basically the same construction methods that would be required. But really, the way that the budget is laid out right now is detailed design for 2025, and then construction would commence post that.
Thank you for the clarification, and I believe that's where my head was going, and in that phased approach is what comes first, what comes second, and that, and so thank you, that helped clarify for me. Right, so looking at council in regards to the detailed design, the design in regards to the central pit. Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Director Hansen, could you go over that again, and did you have approximate numbers for each of those stages?
So in essence, it's a 3-year build. I don't have the exact breakdown from the civil works to the building construction. That could be something, once we have the proper plan that we're building to, this is the discussion today, is to go through the 3 options and see which option council would be in favor of. It's different for each one. If council, tells us and said it's the push pit option that we'd want to see, that's when we'd be able to drill down and actually refine those numbers and create that 3-year plan for you. So that work hasn't been done. High level, I don't even want to throw that out right now, but by budget deliberations, we would have that 3-year budgetary plan set out for council.
Follow up?
Okay, I could probably support that. Once we see it, are you suggesting then that we table this item until that option is flushed out?
For me, I prefer a little bit more commitment than that. That is, you select the design that you want us to provide that for. This isn't, this council, this committee has seen these options or known about this, the problem that we're trying to solve for the central waste. Really, it's, the push pit building, in my opinion, is the highest level of service there, and it's gonna be the easiest to maintain so it actually doesn't even really look like a waste transfer site, whereas trans stores, I say they have the garbage flying around, the Z bins themselves is nothing, it's an open container, it's less efficient. I do believe that the push pit option is the best, and is one thing that was mentioned too, is a tour, if the committee wishes, is to actually go to the Yankee Flats and have a look at that modernized push pit. And if the committee or council would wish to go for a tour like that, I know Reed's already struck that conversation with Red Deer County, and they would be happy to provide a tour of that site. Now, one thing I will give Red Deer County all the kudos in the world is that there wasn't a cigarette butt that was on the ground there. There wasn't a wrapper anywhere. It was a pristine location, and it was like, as part of your community, that was a really nice facility. And I strongly recommend that, if council would like to go for a tour of that facility, it's great. That because it's an asphalt surface, it's easily cleaned. The building itself can be swept, whereas you go to a gravel type scenario, it's really difficult to keep that into a tidy manner. And we've seen that. The other example, we went to Yankee Flats and then we stopped at the Lesterville push pit, and there's a considerable difference between those. It's just the ability, of course, Lesterville, you don't have enough, there's very little room, it accomplishes what it needs to for the day, but it doesn't have the ability to keep it tidy. You have erosion issues, you have water drainage issues because it's such a tight site.
Didn't we have a push pit here before it burned down?
In the town of Rocky Mountain House, yes, it was. Yeah, and then they switched to the trans stores.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for the information and thank you for the offer for a tour. I know I would personally be interested in going to have a look at some point in time. That would be great. All right, so looking to the committee, what is the committee's wish in regards to design for the central transfer pit? And this is strictly on design. So what are we looking at? So the push pit was defeated, and now we're looking at the other two options. Go ahead, Councillor Graham.
From what Councillor Radcliffe, from what you said, like just now, that you could support if it was phased is kind of what I got from it. Would you like to revisit would you'd like to see the numbers? Okay, so revisiting the motion wouldn't. I would make a motion for trans stores, but I'm getting the vibe that it's not gonna pass, so I'm not gonna waste everyone's time. So I was trying to clarify what Councillor Radcliffe was getting at. Okay.
Looking at those that were in opposition to the push pit, what's the that would be the next phase, I guess, to this, if that's would be a trans store. But I know for me it's I like the phased approach that has been outlined by Director Hansen in regards to this is something that our residents can look forward to, and I like the fact that it's can close, like Councillor Cermak said, just close the doors and that's it. There's a lot of security involved. And I know over the earthworks year in 2026, though I'm sure that things will get graded out and there'll be another opportunity to, this is just high level, more detailed design will come to the future council at that point in time. Go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
All right. As I stated before, I'm in favor of the push pit design, but just not the location. So if it's only for the design, I don't know if there's an opportunity for me to reconsider that vote. But if it's just for the design, but I don't support the location. Is there an option for that?
I'm looking across to Ms. Haight. That is an option, correct?
Thank you, Reed. The motion that was defeated was that the committee recommends council consider the push pit option for for Clearwater County Central Transfer Station for the year 2025. So
A new motion be?
if council wishes to reconsider that motion, a councillor that voted in opposition would have to make a motion to reconsider this. Or alternately, a motion could be made with wording that would designate that the committee recommends council consider push pit design concept or yeah, the design concept is already done, so.
Yes, yes. So we could leave out the location and just put in regards to the design, correct?
Yes, you could, but that would kind of be in contravention to the October 30th, 2023 Strategic Plan Committee recommendation that the location is at the Central Transfer Station.
Right. Okay.
If council wanted to consider a motion to combining the, they could be perhaps estimate a dollar figure for the initial stage of the push pit design for 2025. And I think that would be better wording for a second motion.
Okay.
If they wanted to allocate a certain dollar figure for that first stage.
So for the detailed design.
As Director Hansen mentioned, I believe it was the earthwork.
No.
That's the first stage.
It's the preliminary engineering, the detailed design would be in 2025, correct?
So, yeah, I guess I'm gonna maybe try to deal with the location question. You know, it's been, I think we went beyond a committee recommendation to a council resolution that determined this was going to be the site. So I would ask this committee, do you want to have another vote on saying that the new priority is to look at a different location? Like, really put the power back in your guys' hands to say, yes, the decision was made. It's been long enough that if there was a motion that says, we want staff to go look at it for a new location, if that's the new priority of this group, majority-wise, then that's direction. I just don't want to take the tools away from the committee to think that they can never be looked at again. You know, it's, if the will is strong enough there that you want to look at a different location, I'd hate to throw out the baby with the bathwater. You know, we seem to be generally in favor of a high-quality facility, but we're stuck on the location even though that's been asked and answered once. Does it need to be asked again? I leave that with you guys.
Thank you for those comments, Director Hansen. And I believe that when I made the motion back in 2023, October 2023, for the central site, the majority of our region does lie in this central area. So it made more sense to have it where it's at. And understanding in past council term, when that I was a part of, that you know the town made decisions on at a different level at that point in time. But if we're going to anticipate growth, eventually the town will have to decide what they're doing with that transfer site in town, and it could force them to meet us again at the table at a future date at that central site. That's maybe what, you know, there's that potential going down the road. And that might not be in the next couple of years, it could be 10 years down the road, but if we anticipate growth, to me, that's the natural progression of where the town will have another partnership opportunity with us at that point in time. So that's why the vote was made back in October of 2023 to have the central site there. So it was in close proximity of the larger population of our region. I will see some blinky lights. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. For me, I don't think that it's necessary to reconsider that vote, even though I haven't reviewed the tape, but I'm pretty sure I was on the other side of that vote. And I believe in democracy, and just because I lost that vote doesn't mean that it needs to be reconsidered, in my opinion. That is the will of council, and the MGA is very clear on that. So that is a vote that has been cast already. So then the central site would be the location, and now we just need to determine what's being built. But if the will of council is different than how I see it, then by all means, but that's how I see it.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Just wanted to ask my friend Councillor Northcott if he could identify the main deficiencies with this site that would help, I guess, decide if we needed to look further.
Okay. Absolutely. I mean, I did list all my reasons previously. You're going to commit residents. My one thing that I'd stated, and I'll restate all the points again, was convenience to residents. Where a lot of people go to your urban municipality to do daily business. What that may be, I don't know, but they have things to do when they go to town, so then they often take garbage. But you're going to commit to have to drive a distance out of town to go drop off garbage. Even staff or people looking for employment to work at maybe the transfer site, there's no opportunity for public transportation or the opportunity to ride a bike or take any sort of green transportation to work. In this day and age, everything seems to be about emissions reductions and reducing environmental footprint. But we're going to commit people to driving farther. I also asked if there was any recent discussions with our neighboring municipality, Rocky Mountain House, any future probability of having a regional transfer site there. Whether there's a user fee, I don't know if it have to be a partnership of any sort, but if there was any possibility of any benefit to maybe municipality, Rocky Mountain House, having a transfer site closer. Yeah, so that was some of the reasons I previously stated, but that's all I've got for now.
So I think I heard, just trying to summarize that it really is the distance out of town.
Yes, yep, distance out of town and convenience to people, you betcha. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Lyon.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. As I recall that decision that council made previously relating to this site, it was part of a comprehensive review in the strategic planning session of all the challenges before this municipality moving forward, not just waste, but also dealing with administrative building at some point of time, future priorities, and trying to interleave them all together and find the best solution. I think administration has done a good job of providing us with good, better, and best options in the past, and I think that was one of those times that you picked the best of options moving forward. Not that there were not misgivings about some of the challenges of that particular location, but I think it was chosen as the best option that was presented at that time, and that's why I think it was successful in a resolution to move forward. And if we're going to revisit past decisions every time, I think those misgivings, those uncertainties of all our decisions can crop up, and is it with additional information that's come forward that's no longer an appropriate decision? Again, I think we're just setting the direction for administration as we move into the next budget cycle. Ultimately, a year and a bit from now, some other people that occupy these chairs may have a different vision on it. I will never apologize for supporting what I believe is the best option moving forward at that time, and I'll have arguments that will be able to support that. And so that's why I still believe this site probably is one of the better options we have moving forward. So anyway, sorry, just a comment.
Thank you very much. Councillor Graham?
Director Hansen said something that it was the strategic planning minutes that I found, not regular council meeting minutes. So if that makes any difference for the motion, I just want to say that.
Okay, thank you. So with that, are we in agreement? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, just a final comment here to supplement my colleague, Mr. Hansen's comments. Again, this particular agenda item pertains to the design itself, and that's the motion put forward by Councillor Radcliffe in regards to presenting options. And as Mr. Hansen pointed out, this can be done in a phased approach, and at the very least, we can, whatever decision may come here from the committee, obviously that will be presented to council for resolution, and that provides us then the opportunity to put forward the costs, 2025, 2026, and 2027. At the very least then, let's say we choose to push pit, that is laid out for you, and that provides you the opportunity then to see what you're looking at over the next 3 years. Again, the cost associated with the particular option that you want to choose, and at the very least then we can put that together for you.
Thank you, Director Magnus. Like anything, like any of these service levels that we are discussing, solid waste, as the report had indicated back in the day, that we were going to go from 10 to 7 transfer stations. We were going to find efficiencies, and does it inconvenience some people? Yes, it does. But for the majority of our residents, that's what we have to take into account. Is it an inconvenience to run to the landfill with a large truckload of construction material, for example, or whatever else? Yeah, but at the end of the day, that's where the proper place it goes. And so for me, the central transfer station is maybe not a win for some of our residents, but it is a win for the majority of our residents in that sense, because we still offer the service at other transfer stations throughout our county. So with that, now I'm looking at the site. Are we comfortable then? I know the motion was made, as Councillor Graham was corrected, was the strategic planning October of last year. Are we still going with that recommendation? It did not come to a council meeting then, correct? It may have after that. I would assume it did, because that's what we approved. So anyway, so that's where so the site is now secure. So now we're looking on the design. We're back to the design for this site. What is the will of this committee? Go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
I think everybody knows my opinion. The push pit is the only answer. It's a proven system. 40 years. I mean, has anybody worked with hydraulics at 40 below that you can't pre-warm? Cylinders blow up, hoses blow off. How much danger do we need to put our people that are working at our landfill in danger? High pressure oil is not something to be played with. This runs at 3,000 pounds. It can kill people. And at 40 below, oil is very deadly. You gotta think about that and what the cost will be over the next 40 years. Some of these options are good for maybe 20, 25, and the operating costs will be way more. If I can reword that so that the location isn't part of it, then I would push for the push pit. There's just so many pluses in the area that it is already designated to go, with the airport there, with the security of the building, the cleanup that Mr. Hansen said. You can look at it. He said there wasn't even a cigarette butter on there. Go to the landfills where there's gravel. you can't keep it clean, even though the attendants there work tirelessly trying to keep it looking nice. It really isn't looking nice. The building looks okay, but the surrounding grounds is not great. So I'm in favor of the push pit.
Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe?
In the interest of moving on with this topic, I would like to make a motion that the committee approve a placeholder amount in the budget of 820,000 for engineering in 2025. The final decision to be made when we can see the phases and the costs as the budget progresses further.
I would like some clarification in that, Councillor Ratcliffe, as to which design, because
Oh,
an
sorry,
engineering did not.
with the push pit design.
With push pit design, okay, thank you. Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you. That wasn't where I was going. I would like to thank Councillor Ratcliffe for that motion. I had always, I guess sitting in this chair for a while, had anticipated that there would be a phased approach to the building. It wouldn't be everything built in 2025, that there would be the need to do groundworks, and there would be the need to do engineering, and there would be need to tender things to, or put them out for RFP to get the actual costs before that would be approved by the council of the day. So I anticipated that process wouldn't be any different than what it is, but I appreciate Councillor Ratcliffe making that motion.
Okay. Any discussion on the motion? Ms. Serhan?
So I just want to clarify, so the dollars put in budget would not be accessible until the amounts were separated into the years. So the design couldn't go forward until the amounts were known for each of the phases. Is that correct?
Yes, we're in an approved budget.
All right. Discussion of council on the motion, of the committee, sorry. So the motion is to recommend to the council to put in 850, is that what you said?
I said 820.
820?
Is that
Yeah.
reasonable?
Sorry, I didn't write it down. Go ahead, Director Hansen.
Just gonna shoot from the hip here a little bit. If it was worded in the sense that knowing that the push pit option is the one that we want to bring a budget back for, is, you know, the direction to staff to provide the 3-year capital plan, and to present that at budget time, you know, and it might not be $800,000, it might be $100,000 for 25, and then around $2.5 million for 2026, and then the balance for 2027. So, those I'm just from ballpark figures, but it would be our job to refine those numbers based on a push pit design and bring those numbers back to council for council's consideration during budget deliberations.
Does that help, Councillor Ratcliffe, if we just mention?
That is exactly my intent.
Okay, the intent was.
My intent in the motion.
So we'll reword your motion then to say that?
I think I'll have to confer with
Yes?
Director Hansen on that, but.
Yeah, I think, you know, I'll get my own little scattered brain here back together for a second. And for the administration to develop a 3-year capital plan for the push pit option to be presented back in budget 2025.
Yes, okay.
That was your intent, correct?
Yes, and I wanted to set a placeholder number in there that we can work around through the rest of the budget. But
Yeah, I don't think that's required.
Okay.
You know, like, well, if, as Mr. Hanson said, if this committee so wishes, and it's the push pit, infrastructure will put together that 3-year cost for you.
Okay, let me restate the motion then, that the committee asks administration to develop a 3-year capital plan for the implementation of a push pit solid waste design.
Thank you. Deputy Bylaw?
Thank you, Reeve. Just a question regarding procedure. Is that too close to the one that was just defeated? Or are we good to continue? Would it not just be better to just reconsider the motion that was already defeated?
Ms. Hay?
Or are we good?
No, it's not too close. It's directing administration to come back with a 3-year capital plan. So it's different.
Okay.
Different instructions.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Go ahead.
Thank you. For all the same reasons that I was opposed to the previous motion around the push bit, I am still opposed to designing said push bit option. I don't think I need to rehash all those reasons.
All right. So the motion is now on the floor for a 3-year capital plan on a design push pit option for consideration at budget. So with that, any other further questions, comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? And that motion's carried. Thank you very much. And thank you very much, gentlemen, for all the information today and for answering our questions. And there's still, yes,
Yeah.
there's still 2 more motions.
more,
I
yeah.
agree. So, but just wanted, they started packing up and I didn't want them leaving before they. So with that, we have a recommendation for the installation of a scale and scale house at the central transfer station for the year and whatever year that may be. So what's the will of this committee? Do we want to recommend a scale at that 2027? I would imagine that's when, or would that be part of the design plan? Mr. Magnus, for clarification?
Yeah, that's exactly that. Just on the behalf of the committee and to provide some direction for the committee is if you so choose to move forward with that. And I know it has not been brought up yet, but the paving the site itself, again, that whatever direction committee puts forward in regards to council, and that can be included definitely in the cost during the three-phase breakdown, 2025, 26, and 27.
Thank you. Any comments or questions or motions? Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Just reading through the item itself, 600,000, including a 20% contingency for the waste scale in order to better track and potentially charge for waste, I'm assuming. Will the fees collected due to weighing the waste eventually outrun the cost of putting in a $600,000 scale? Because at that point, it's probably not worth putting one in. If you're never gonna recover the cost through fees of weighing it, why bother?
Okay.
I think it really depends on what you're bringing in and bringing out. I think as you move into EPR and more EPR programs, you will need to weigh in and out the materials that are being brought there, so that it's a way to allocate and collect funds for those services.
So will the cost outrun eventually?
When you mean outrun, whatever.
So will the $600,000 cost eventually be collected back and be recovered on the fees that you're collecting, or will the public purse forever in perpetuity be responsible for the $600,000?
You can certainly adjust your fees to pay for that scale. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you, and from my perspective, the scale would become even more important if we revisit being a regional waste entity. And I think it would come into play then as we welcome the lost sheep back into the fold, that we would rejoice by putting a scale up to be able to monitor usage, and that was problematic, I think, with that relationship in the past. So I can see that being a future consideration, maybe not needing to be in that primary 3-year budget, because I don't know if that's in the playbook quite yet.
Thank you, Councillor Graham.
I have a question for our directors that might be a little bit unfair. Do you guys know off the top of your heads when the airport, the east-west airport road is supposed to be repaved?
I'm gonna say likely within the next 6 years.
Okay.
Is the most likely scenario, for that.
So if we were to pave this site at that time, there would likely be potentially be some cost savings to do those projects together?
Yeah, the advantage of paving, because we have a annual cycle, it wouldn't have to be the airport road in order to make it the most efficient, you know, as long as we're doing something close to the Rocky area. I would say that there's efficiencies that can be realized, with that, not necessarily just having to do that road itself in front. And we'll always look for those opportunities whenever there's a paving project, whether it be Nordegg or the area. We'll always look for the ability to add on another project there for a cost savings.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Eve. Regarding EPR, how does that work? We collect these materials and we haul them away for a credit?
Okay, I'll start in regards to providing a response for you, Councillor Ratcliffe, and then my colleagues can step in. Direct answer to your question, yes and no. It depends on the municipality itself and the structure that's currently in place. So either A, when they come and they do an evaluation of the current facilities and such, it may be more advantageous to the producers to have the municipality itself continue to collect the recyclables and transport them to a processing facility. And in that case, then typically what happens is reimbursement is done by a cost per ton that's brought away from the municipality. Or the municipality may be set up in such a way that it is more efficient and financially prudent to the collection agency, in this case, Circular Materials, whoever they may contract out to come and get and retrieve the recyclables and transport it to a processing facility. So really what it comes down to is the current structure in place, and that's something that is reviewed and analyzed by, in this case, the third-party organization that we're currently dealing with, Circular Materials, looks at. Because it has to be advantageous to the producers as well in regards to collection of recyclables, as much as it is of benefit to the municipality.
Okay, I'm just trying to determine how often this scale would actually be beneficially used. Regarding EPR, as it would be an outbound truck, I would assume.
Mr. Williams?
Thank you, Councillor Radcliffe. We do see the scaling out of materials becoming a long-term factor, and that's various through HHW products or things that are collected through the ARMA system, electronics. It's a check and balance from the weights are on the other end. One of the thoughts on the scale, and that's why it's an option, potential phased in, rationale would be, would we ever consider if you go along the lines of a push pit system, you may be able to say, we will allow certain commercial, okay? Why that's important, there may be a quasi revenue source. Obviously it's more expensive than the landfill because you still got to truck it there, all right? So it's an option. So there would be charges there potentially. If you look at synergies, one thing that's discussed in Public Works, and this is something very, very lightly touched on, but it's always a consideration as we do talk synergies, can we weigh our sand materials? Can we weigh our salt materials? Is there a synergy? Is there a collective good for that scale as well? Revenue and payback will always be a tough one because of if it's a residential site, we're assuming that the residents of Clearwater County, the likelihood you wouldn't scale a lot. If you bring in a third party or another place, you would probably scale because it gives you a definite cost, not an estimate. If you were to say, eventually 10 years down the road, we could take a certain amount of commercial, a commercial variable of some sort you could handle, would you be able to put a price on the gate because you could scale the weight? Okay. One of the challenges we always have in this, if you were to say to a resident, your waste is covered through your taxation. Having said that, if you take down a barn and a Quonset, there's charges with that. The only way you could conceivably, that's sending that person to the landfill. Now, if it's a smaller scale, you may be able to, because you're open on a Saturday, let's say, take a charge at that facility by paying, and a scaled weight seems to be more palatable for someone who actually is going to pay a bill as opposed to an estimate. We would look at the optionality of that in the 3-phase. And again, if there's a cost recovery basis to having it scale, we can look a little more in detail for that. So the decision, would it be a payback over so many years potentially? Use estimates, we could provide that. Okay.
But currently, we send those larger loads of commercial or building materials directly to the landfill where they are weighed there.
That's correct.
Yeah.
That's correct. They're weighed at the landfill.
Right, thank you.
Okay, so we have a couple of recommendations before us. What is the will of this committee? I don't see. As in regards to the installation of the scale and scale house, so question in regards to the scale. So if we put it, include it in the design, but not necessarily, if this could be like a future, put it in 2030, for example, or 2029. Is that an opportunity, or does this, I'm leaving it up to a future council, like we'll include it in the design, but we not necessarily put it in. Should a regional option present itself in 5 years, 10 years' time? Just wondering. Director Hansen.
Yes, thank you. Very much so that with the footprint that's provided, it's an add-on that can easily be added in the future. There's really not, we would future-proof the infrastructure so that it could be added. And we'll just do that as if the 3-year capital plan gets approved, we just future-proof it so that this is the future location of the scale should the need arise or the desire of the future councils.
Okay, thank you for answering the question. Councillor Grant?
I think you guys have put it very well with where I stand as well, to leave it to a future council. At this time, I don't think it's really necessary. I can see benefit in the future for it, but right now I would not be in favor of a scale, so I wouldn't even make a motion.
Okay. So with that discussion, and just for clarity, that the installation of a scale and scale house at the central transfer station be left to a future council decision? Is that a motion, or do we even need a motion if this isn't included in the 3-year capital plan? I'm just looking if this is comfortable, and I'm looking to the balance of the committee. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Malhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Previously, we've talked about like dig once policies and stuff, and I've since learned that only really extends to Nordegg, not the entire county. I'm sure that a scale house and scale would need to have potentially in-ground infrastructure, whether that's fiber to have direct link connections and probably power. Would that then be considered when you're doing your actual design? Even if it doesn't get built, it's got rough-in stubs, is that what they're called? I don't know, but like the future, so you're not conduit, yeah, so you're not like going back and saying, hey, in 2030, we need to build this, and now we're redigging up a whole bunch of stuff. It's probably cheaper to put that in when we build it.
Yep, so that's what I kind of indicated with the future proofing.
Yeah.
Knowing through the design where that location is going to be, and any underground infrastructure that would be required, or even possibly surface works, whether it be just a pull out there to support future traffic, that would be put in the preliminary design.
So do you need a motion to support that, or are you good?
I don't need a motion.
Okay, cool, perfect, thanks.
All right. So if there's no other further discussion or no, and we have no further motions, I think we have, go ahead. Oh, the pavement, yes, the discussion on the pavement. Any comments, Councillor Graham?
I don't know the particular year, but I would just propose that when it's feasible with the most cost savings, with one somewhere in the vicinity being paved, that's when it should be done. I don't know, I didn't investigate the years personally, but just whenever it's gonna have the most cost savings for me.
I would agree. In that would be probably come at the budget deliberations. There'll be an opportunity to throw that that item in at that point, of particular point in time. Director Hansen?
Yeah, I think asphalt surfacing or hard surfacing this site, I think is gonna be absolutely critical. That's been our saving grace with the access mats that we currently have out there. Dealing with waste 24/7, you know, it needs to have all-weather access. And I think the asphalt surfacing is the permanent solution for this site. We will absolutely look for every opportunity for cost savings to be combined with another project. But I really strongly recommend that the hard surfacing of the access, you know, especially as we're coming into the push pit and the said wall, et cetera, and the access road going up into, I think that's one of the biggest faults with our existing transfer sites is the gravel access road, and it provides a much higher level of service and is a better product.
So with the timeline that you outlined before, like design in 2025, earthworks in 2026, facility construction in 2027, 2028 would be a realistic timeline for putting the pavement in?
I would like to see that even as early as 27. I guess it all depends on the, you know, we're really reaching into the future for specifics. But, you know, if the facility construction was done and the paving was done shortly after, then it would be 100% operational come basically 2028. That would be, I think, a perfect scenario, and that's how we would like to budget for it instead of making it into a 4-year program. If we could do, that would give, they say that would give that engineered fill and the earthworks a year to settle, get the buildings in place. If we could get the paving done in that year, that would be great, but if it doesn't, then it would possibly turn into a 4-year program.
Right. And we all know that weather plays a huge factor in any of this. So, Councillor Gray?
In that case, I will make a motion that the committee recommends council consider paving the central station for the year, you said 2027 or 2026?
It'd be 27 at the earliest.
Okay, 2027, at the earliest.
At the earliest. Very good. Deputy Bylaw?
I still really hate making decisions for future councils. I still really dislike that. But knowing that they can change their budget if they would like to. I also, it sucks that these are in 3 different things, right? Like the design of it and it's a push pit, the potential of a weigh scale, and now the paving, because this goes from an $8.1 million project to a $10 million project. Like, well, 9.9, sorry. Don't want to make it come across like it's more than it is. It really is frustrating then, because it's the all-encompassing of this central site is going to be $10 million. Like, that's insane. Even though I absolutely recognize that pavement is going to be significantly safer and significantly cleaner and has more longevity than gravel. That's a tough one for me. I do support pavement and I will support the pavement, but these should have potentially been an all-encompassing, the central site will be $10 million. It's hard. That's because then some of us are saying you must break it up. So I get how you guys struggle with, some of us say break it up and some of us say how much is the whole thing. So I recognize that can be hard for you guys too.
There you go. So we have a motion on the floor for pavement for 2027 from Councillor Graham. I see no hands up. I will call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? None opposed. That motion's carried.
I think Jordan's
opposed. Sorry, Jordan, were you opposed?
No, I was not in favor of pavement.
Thank you. All right. So with that, we're going to take a lunch break until let's go 1 o'clock. And welcome back to our strategic planning meeting, Council Committee of the Whole for September 16th. Ooh, I just about added 10 days. So we are in our agenda at item 7.1, Corporate Services, Information Technology, GIS, and Broadband Draft 10-Year Capital Plan and Draft 2025 Capital Budget. I'll turn it over to Director Hagan, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, committee members. This item on the IT capital, specifically focusing on the operational types of capital replacements and so forth. Nothing significantly new here from what you've seen in previous years, but rather some deferrals of some planned projects, namely the drones, initially projected to be purchased in 2023. They're quite difficult to get a hold of these days with things going on in the world. So we've deferred those into 2025. And the fiber to the landfill scale house, essentially we'll run into some permitting issues with the province, and that has slowed that process down significantly. So we're hoping to have that resolved in the next year and complete that project as well. In terms of significant cost increases that we're seeing, we've adjusted the projected budget for the switches. Costs are going up on that, so we've revised those cost estimates. And GIS, or Geographical Information Systems, we originally had a budget in 2024 for a high accuracy GPS unit, and we've actually moved that to 2026. We don't anticipate getting that in the next year. So most of what we're looking at here, with the exception of the cost increase related to the switches, is essentially some deferral of previously planned costs and moving those into future years. So again, as we've discussed before, where those have been funded in the past, they'll be put into a restricted surplus account so that we don't need to look for the funding again. That will be available when the purchases are able to be made. And then broadband will be discussed more specifically tomorrow in the broadband committee meeting.
Thank you. And I would assume that with the geographical information system, is that going to help us with our mapping as well? Like, is that part of that as well, or is that just more? Familiarize me again with that particular program.
Absolutely. The program helps with our mapping and location, and it also helps with our asset management, because we have all our significant assets tagged so that we can easily locate them. And what this specific device is looking for is just more accurate ability to go out and tag any kind of asset that we might own. So it would mostly be used by the Public Works Department, and we're just working with them to determine what their actual needs are and how they would implement this device and so forth.
Okay, thank you. So with that, as explained by Director Hagan, a lot of this is carry forward. Looking for motions or comments, discussion. Councillor Graham.
It's all laid out pretty well. Excuse me. It's all laid out pretty well here, so I'll make a motion that the committee recommends council approval of the 2025 capital budget for information technology and funding source and appropriate capital budget for broadband fiber to the X project.
Thank you. Comments or questions? Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I don't think that I can, I don't think I have enough information to be able to vote on that one, because you said we're getting most of the detail and most of the information at tomorrow's broadband meeting for this one. So unless we're gonna dive deeper in and I can ask broadband questions, which you've said we're doing tomorrow, I don't feel comfortable voting on this particular motion until after we've had that conversation tomorrow.
All right.
So can we defer it until after the broadband meeting, or like, I just don't feel comfortable voting on this until we've had the ability to discuss it. Reva, looks like Councillor Northcott's hand is up as well.
Yep. Go ahead, did he have it on before Councillor Radcliffe? Okay. Yes, no, go ahead, Councillor Northcott.
Just a question regarding the fiber to the landfill scale. What type of infrastructure is being utilized out there right now
Wireless.
at the scale house?
Right now, the infrastructure is for the weigh scales. We've got computers out there and some phones, and the technology that we use right now is wireless to communicate with them.
Does that answer your question? Go ahead, follow up.
No, I was just wondering if the other forms of, whether it's satellite access to the internet or if it's wireless. I was just wondering, just for the investment, $140,000. I was just wondering if the problems are, the holdups, that like why the need to run fiber. If there's for the existing infrastructure being utilized, and what are the reasons? Like, what do you have to? What's the need for the internet and to have fiber at the landfill?
So it would be stability and consistency. With the wireless, sometimes it does go down and causes, and it's not very high speed at this time in that area. So stability, performance, and just it's an infrastructure that as a county we own, so it has a long-term lifespan. So that's why a year ago or so that we asked for the installation of fiber to that spot.
Also, CEO Emmons, more
Thank you,
information?
Reeve Swanson. And maybe to add to Cam's explanation, Councillor Northcott, the landfill is an extension of Clearwater County. So for them to have the sustainability is to network with us for exchange of information, everything from invoicing to weights to sharing of that information. So it's truly that remote accessibility is what it was being sought for.
Absolutely. No, I was just, if I may, I was just wondering what type of infrastructure was being utilized to access the internet, whether you're to be able to share information. That's absolutely, I understand that for a municipality. However, there are different forms to access the internet, such as Starlink or wireless connections or fiber or whatever it have it be. So,
It's wireless.
About the end, and if other options had been explored to provide a better service than what's currently offered. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Radcliffe?
Thank you. I've got pages here with two different sets of numbers. Is one the old one and the new one is a revised? The second one is revision?
Director Hagan?
Just to go through the first one I'm seeing here.
Oh, Director.
The first one I'm seeing here attached to the agenda item is the funding sources. And then the second is looking at the actual expenditures. So essentially the revenue items first and then the expenses. You're welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Graham? Oh, sorry, I thought I had seen you later. It was on? Okay, no, that's good. So there's a motion on the floor in regards to the council approval for the IT funding source and appropriate capital budget fiber for broadband fiber to the X project. In that regards, I've looked through the charts. I'm looking forward to more robust discussion tomorrow, but high level, I would imagine there could be some changes to that at that particular point in time, correct, Director Hagan?
There may or may not be changes, Madam Chair. The numbers are consistent with what has been discussed by the Broadband Committee in the past and based on the funding agreements with the provincial and federal governments. So I don't anticipate a significant amount of change unless the committee decides otherwise. What was presented here is to try and present a holistic view here as the fiber to the home or fiber to the X, as we call it, to represent more than just the homes. We'll be providing service to businesses and other things along the way. The intent was to provide a more complete picture at this point for this committee, recognizing that funding decisions are still outstanding. If it's more comfortable for the committee, perhaps table this motion until the broadband committee has had a chance to discuss that aspect of the capital expenditure in more detail, and then this could be revisited.
Okay, sounds good. Councillor Gray?
If that is what council would like, I'll withdraw my motion to make things easier. I could also just take the broadband out of it so we could still do the IT, but whatever. I'll just withdraw my motion and we can decide where to go from there.
Okay, thank you. So it has been suggested to table this until after the broadband committee meeting. Is someone willing to make that motion?
The motion was withdrawn.
Yes, and I just said if someone would like to make a new motion to table.
Okay.
Table
There's nothing
this.
to table because she withdrew the motion. Oh, you
Could
want
be the item,
itself
sorry,
tabled?
sorry,
Oh, okay.
I made the wrong word there,
No,
sorry,
no,
yeah.
it's me, what
Yeah.
might be misunderstanding.
No, that's okay. Would
So
you-
just to table the broadband portion of this, because you still want the GIS, like, and the IT stuff covered.
Which is in the second recommendation, correct?
The second recommendation still has
As of-
FTTX.
Okay,
So how would you like that worded?
I'm looking at Director Hagan.
Tracy Lynn may have some other suggestions, but I would propose that you have a couple of options here. You can table this entire item until you've had a chance to discuss broadband in more detail, and then consider both the IT needs as well as specifically the broadband project. Or you could have these motions split up so that you could deal with the IT today if you're comfortable with that. And then look for a recommendation from the broadband committee to council specific to the broadband budget adjustments. That might make it a little clearer in terms of discussion and decision-making.
Thank you. Councillor Gray?
Is tabling this, there's still adequate time for everything that needs to be done for budget and everything? Okay.
Councillor Lahi?
Clarity, so I can clear it in my head, no matter what, this would have been a recommendation to council on a future decision, as would the broadband committees, would still be a recommendation to council. It's not, the broadband committee in this case is not going outside of a council decision for ultimate transparency. I believe that's important.
Thank you. Director Hagan?
That's absolutely correct, Councillor. And as well, the broadband committee does not have the authority to make budget decisions. All it can do is recommend to council, similar to this committee. So absolutely, these are recommendations, and council will consider those recommendations as they're deliberating over the budgets for the next years.
Thank you.
All right. So what is the will of this committee? Do we table the entire item, or are we going to split the recommendations into different subjects? What is the committee wish to do? Councillor Cermak?
Well, I think we, excuse me, I think we should go with the fiber to the landfill scale house. I think it's needed out there. If they're on a wireless that isn't working properly and they can't cooperate or they can't communicate with the rest of the county, that's really putting them on the back burner sort of thing, and we don't need that within the county. So I think we need to approve that or recommend to get it approved and get it done so that they can be up to date and get all the information that everybody at the county level is getting, not days later or with the snail mail maybe.
Okay. So the motion that Councillor Graham withdrew would have been for that particular project, correct? Director Hagan, that first one was
Thank you.
pertaining to the,
Correct. So the recommendation pertaining specifically to IT includes that fiber to the scale house.
On the
And just for clarification, that was previously approved by council, but due to the permitting delays we ran into, we're asking that it essentially be reapproved for a 2025 budget. The funding's already available for that. It's just a matter of approving us to expense it, but it would be included in the 2025 capital budget as well as the 10-year capital plan.
thank you for the clarification. Councilor Graham?
I'm gonna try another motion. Just that the committee recommends council approve the 2025 capital budget for information technology. That works? The rest is all the broadband stuff together, and this is,
Okay. Thank you. Any comments, questions on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Oh, sorry, Councillor Northcott, I just seen your hand. Were you voting or were you wanting to comment?
No, I did have a comment for just the daily average internet speeds. If there's any information on that, or if administration could provide some daily internet speeds at the landfill.
Just clarification, you want the daily internet speeds of the scale house's internet?
Yeah, just for information to, to justifiably make a vote, just so that, yeah, if the internet speeds out there on a daily average are really terrible, well, then something else would need to be done. I was just curious if you had any of that information available on what the daily upload and download speeds would be out there.
Okay, I can probably, we can send an email to this committee if that's okay with the, with the estimated speed. It varies, through the time of year, weather, related storms, all those kind of things. And nice sunny day, it's good too. And usage on how much they need. Sometimes the speeds change because of they need a lot of data in it at the time, and other times it just stays at the same without, it depends on the needs. So we'll try and get you would you like an average, or do you just want a daily chart for like a month or something?
Yeah, just an average, or maybe both. Or whatever you can provide would be nice.
Okay.
It's better than what I have right now, because I don't know what the internet speeds are.
And you're fine with me sending an email out?
I think those, if the rest of council is okay with that, I just don't know what the internet speeds are, so.
Okay.
All right, so the motion on the floor and what I called the question on was for the approval, the committee recommends to council the approval of the 2025 capital budget for the IT technology, which would be the drones, is what I understand for that first one, correct? Go ahead, Director Hagan.
Correct, it would be the drones plus the completing the fiber to the scale house plus the other IT items, including
the other
switches
IT.
and so forth.
Okay, thank you. So it's to complete the IT items. All right, so we were in the clarification, questions on that, go ahead. Oh. Okay, so we want clarification on the motion. So as, go ahead, Councillor Lockie.
And sorry, just because that question was raised, I would maybe just drive a question to administration. My assumption was that the scale house was underserved by its current internet, meaning that it's somewhere between 0 and acceptable. Would I be correct in that? But it's not consistent?
That'd be a good sort of random guess, yes.
Okay. Okay, that's fine with me.
Yes.
No matter what, it needs improvement as well.
Yeah, just to be able to add more features there, like the phone, so that we can talk on the phones, and they would have an extension for their phones, for example, now that's cell phones and those kind of things.
Thank you.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
I decided I would jump in on that one. I assume you have some video security there as well?
You know what, that's a good question. I can't remember off the top of my head. I think we do. We used to have some stuff there. I don't know if it's functioning at high level anymore.
Yeah, wireless would struggle with
Yeah, it
doing
would,
that. So
yeah, it absolutely would
it
struggle.
simply makes sense.
You're absolutely correct, yeah.
All right, so the motion on the floor from Councillor Graham, I will repeat, is that the committee recommends to council the approval of the 2025 capital budget for information technology. So in our background information, that would be under the bold information technology. That is what we're voting for, 1.1 and 0.2. So with that, I will reiterate again, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Okay, and those opposed? And not sure. So, councillors, oh, okay. Councillor Northcott, need clarification, you're voting in favor or opposed?
Opposed.
Thank you. That motion is carried. Opposed, yes. So there was a second recommendation there in regards to the, well, we'll take the IT out of it, but there's the geographical information systems, the GIS, and the broadband fiber, FTTX project. Go ahead, Director Hagan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would suggest that you leave the IT in and the GIS in and defer decision on the FTTX, as this is the 10-year capital plan. The first item was the 25 budget, which is one aspect of the 10-year capital plan, but this is the rest of the plan.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. So second recommendation before us is that the committee recommends to council to approve the following, and without the broadband. And we can do a separate motion for it. Looking for a motion or any other discussion? Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. In line 129093, wireless network in 2027, why, if we're doing fiber in the ground everywhere?
Well, that's very easy. That's the internal wireless system we have. For example, the Arubas, we'd be looking at replacing those.
Okay, so it's like inside the buildings, it's the wireless
Wi-Fi,
routers,
if you want to
the
call it. Just
Wi-Fi routers?
Yeah.
So is that then like 50,000 for routers seems, like is that for the entire?
That's for the entire county.
Oh, okay, because I'm like, wow, that's, for one building, that's a lot, so, but no, that's for
Yeah,
20 buildings.
because we may have, say, for example, in here, we've got about 8 of them. And then other buildings like fire, we have 2 or 3 and stuff like that. So these are getting a little bit long in the wind, but they've been pretty good. So, and with the Aruba, generally they're pretty good for patch and they'll last about 10 years. So those will be at their 10 year in the 2027.
Perfect, thank you. I have a couple of others, if
Yes,
you don't mind,
go
Reeve.
ahead.
Further up on that, UPS, do we only then use like a UPS in 2026? Wouldn't we need to send out packages more often than that?
No, sorry, that's universal. It's universal power, really, like it's battery backups.
Oh,
right?
okay, sorry. I'm
Universal
like,
power.
when
Sorry,
we
nerd.
get our really thick budget, it explains what all of this is when we open up, there's a big list of what everything actually means. So I'm sorry if I sound so ignorant. Okay.
It's just battery backup, and what we use those for is on the servers, to keep the servers, our switches going.
Absolutely.
In event of a fail. And by the time the generator kicks on, you don't want dirty power hitting that. So what these uninterrupted power supplies do is sort of placate that hit that they get from brownouts and stuff like that also. So they protect us even on a nice sunny day. If we get a brownout, it'll protect you in that situation also.
Perfect. One day you can explain what dirty power is, because I just thought there was power was
Have
power
you
was
ever had a
power, so-
brownout where your lights are blinking or feel low? That's what a brownout is.
Well, I know what a brownout is, but I didn't know what dirty power meant.
Oh,
So,
okay.
Anyway, it's all good. I had another question with regards to the servers.
Yes.
There seems to be quite a few servers being purchased in the next 10 years. And I thought we went to a fixed system a couple of years ago.
No, we still have both. We have
Okay.
on-premise and we have cloud solutions.
Okay.
So what we do every 5 years is we replace one server every 5 years, and that's why you see them. So 2025, we replace one server, 2026, 27, and then we wait basically again to reiterate that every 5 years. So that'll be one physical server every year. We put our virtual stuff on it, older software that can't run on cloud systems, those kind of things.
Okay. Because then the enterprise storage system in 2027 is then the cloud version of all that?
No, so that's a physical too. If it's, what we'll do is, anything that says virtual in front of it, that would be out in the cloud. Anything that, well, not, that's sort of a lie too. So what a lot of these servers do is house many, many servers. We can create virtual servers on top of a server. So you have one physical server that can host 10, 20, 30 servers, to make it even more confusing. But, and then so what we can do with those is for backup and stuff like that, we can host that in the cloud. So we're always live. So we can always be live either this is a whole, there's nobody here, or out in anywhere you can host. So for example, your Outlook, your Office, if this whole building was powered off, you could still get to your email, your Outlook, your Word, all those kind of files. Now, you can't get to the programs that are hosted internally for obvious reasons.
For sure.
Because they're not cloud aware, I guess.
So the enterprise storage system is also a physical server?
Yes,
And the servers are physical servers?
yes.
And then we have a cloud server backup. So we
Yes.
have a backup for the backup for the backup.
No, not backup. Those, storage is for your storage, your pictures, our records management system, that's what storage is for. Our emails, so that we're if we lose the internet, we can always work. That's the intention of it.
Okay.
Sorry, guys.
If there's no other, I do
Storage
one
room.
more 10-year capital
Keep
question.
going.
Okay. The audio video streaming in 2029.
Yes.
Now, I know this hasn't officially been decided, but on the 10-year capital plan, there's potentially a new building. Why would we put in audio servers or audio video streaming in 2029 if we're not going to be here? Wouldn't that be built into the build of the?
That could either be built in the building, or it could be moved out, or it could be removed in the future. That would be up to that, but I had to plan ahead. If there's a building or there's not a building, no, but I would plan ahead to replace it here so that we could use it.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. So with that, we have one more motion in regards to committee recommends to council to approve the geographical information systems, and I see approve the IT again. I would imagine, yep, okay. All right, Councillor Graham.
I will make the motion that the committee recommends council approve the IT geographical information system 10-year capital plan. And there were no.
Yep, thank you. Any comments, questions on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. That motion is carried. I believe that's it for this agenda item, except that we need to make one more motion to table the broadband. Would there be two, Director Hagan, would you want two or just one motion in regards to those items? Director Hagan?
I would suggest you could make one motion, just tabling the information related to broadband until the broadband committee meeting.
Okay, thank you. All right. Counselor Sturmack, do you want to make that? Sure. Okay. Okay, Counselor Sturmack will make that motion. Any other comments, questions? All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Waiting for Counselor Northcott. All those opposed? Oh,
I'm opposed.
thank you. 6-1. Okay. All right. So with that, we are completed item 7.1. And I imagine he'll bring it up tomorrow. And we will move on to item 7.2, which is the draft records management bylaw 1189/24.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, committee members. So I'm here today to present the draft records management bylaw 1189. This is a revision to our current bylaw 1130 that this council passed in November of 2022. So when you guys passed that in 2022, that established the foundation for Clearwater County's records management program. And so today we are here just to update it and do a little bit of maintenance. So some of it's to repair cracks and shifting, and others to clarify and strengthen the integrity of our records program. These changes facilitate current and effective record disposition practices. And for ease of review, the reasoning for these amendments has been split into two tables. So table 1 is changes to the body of the bylaw, and then table 2 is changes to the retention schedule A of the bylaw. So do you want me just to move right into the body of the bylaw changes?
So looking at this council, we're good to do that, or? Okay, very good.
Okay. So initially in the body of the bylaw, we have just done some small little changes to the definitions. We added in the metadata, which is really just anything that describes a record and its use. And I just enhanced the description of records, and then I added in records management manual, and we'll get into that further in the body of the bylaw. So the records management manual is one of the top changes in this bylaw. And the point was just to bring together bylaw, policy and procedures, and manual, which would then equal the records management program. And we want to put the body in the bylaw, came about through the Canadian General Standards Boards. They recommend organizations authorized by formal instrument the creation of a manual detailing its record systems and setting out policies, roles, and protection measures. There's a lot to say, so the manual just kind of goes further than policies and procedures and gets into more specifics. And it's also something that I can, change over time as changes come this way. So that manual's been added in, you can see it's been added into quite a few of the clauses in the bylaw. So aside from all those additions, in 3.3, we added in that all county staff are responsible for managing the records they create and receive in the course of their work, and in course with legislation, our bylaws and policies and procedures, and of course the manual. So just assigning responsibility. I also inserted for 3.5 a little bit of reasonable time that things are stored, and that just builds the integrity of our system. And if we ever did end up going into court and had to produce evidence, we need to show that we have a system that has integrity, it's reliable, and it's authentic. So that again is coming from the Canadian General Standards Board's recommendation. And 5.8 addresses is sometimes we have the same record, but it's in more than one file. And that's just addressing that retention period of that record will follow the retention period of each file it's in. So if we're destructing this file over here, it still may remain if it's part of another file. And I made a correction for destruction certificates. We get one whether we destroy on-site or off-site. So I just wanted to add that in and correct that. And then the metadata one is an important one. So metadata, again, let me go back to my description here. It's attributes that identify a record, and it describes its use, management, custodial history, and technological changes. So even if we do destroy a record, we'll show history that it existed. The record won't be able to be received anymore once it's been destroyed, but we'll be able to see that it did exist. And then, in the past, you guys have asked, like, if someone else viewed the record, if any unauthorized viewing, I can see all that. I can see any changes made to the record, dates the record was created, dates it was closed. So again, just metadata is all encompassing, but we want that to stick around after the records are destructed. So that's it for the body of the bylaw changes. And then if we go into Schedule A, which is a very large document, it's kind of organized in what I identified as functions, which are similar to our departments in a way. We don't like to say that though. So for changes there, we began under agricultural management. And we started with differentiating between awards and special celebrations versus just our yearly programming and events. So we wanted to have those awards, Farm Family and Century. We want that permanent information here for the history of our county. But certain events like maybe Cattleman's Day or something like that, 10 years and it can go on. It's a program that's similar year after year with just small changes, and so we don't need to retain that permanently. So that's the first change under agricultural management. And then the other one that we changed in agricultural management was livestock traceability. So we used to keep livestock traceability permanently, but in this case, we're really just the middleman. We're helping out our ratepayers. We're not the ones responsible for retaining that information, and then we do supply it to the the CCIA, the Canadian Cattle Identification Agency, and they hold the information. So we've gone and reduced that down to 5 years for our paperwork here. And then again, agricultural management, we had to add in, we missed the first time, pesticide applications and pesticide sales. And we're going with a 7-year. I just want to highlight that when we say we're keeping something for 7 years, it's not necessarily 7 years from the date we put it in. Every category, you close that file. And when it closes and we're done with it, it then enters into that retention period. So the pesticide sales and applications would be a yearly type of thing. So, we do 2024, we close those files and we keep them for 7 years. So we've added that in. Just a few changes under assessment and taxation. We have a records management program, but not every record is stored in there. So when we say we're changing the repository, we're changing where it's stored. So that is now going to be stored on a server here that we have. And that just has to be there because it works with a program. The program pulls the information from there, and we don't want to duplicate that information and have it in more than one place. So asset management and maintenance, we've added in our fleet daily inspections, our pre and post trips. And we are going to be keeping those for 4 years per Scott. That is over and above, but you'll find we like to go a little bit over and above. Communications, this one's a big one. Branding and visual identity. We were only keeping those 2 years, let's say our logo, and then our logo got replaced. We want to keep those permanently. We always want to know some of our branding and visual identity forever. So we have made a change to that. And finance, we have added customer account applications related to utility accounts. And sometimes that could be grouped into another category, but we also then have to consider access rights, hence why we separate those out. So that not everybody has access to, it contains customer financial information and payments and things like that. Health and safety training, we've removed health and safety training from the employee file. HR is HR and health and safety then no longer, which they never did, but they would have to go to HR to get that information. So we've separated that out and each can access their own. And then under human resources, this one involves you guys, we've moved you from a council member, you used to be under municipal governance, and we now are going to treat you like an employee as far as retention. That's related to the fact that you do pay CPP. So that puts you into a long-term category of retention on that. And then information management, we've added in our drones. That was not here, and we had it in 2022, but now there's a lot of legislation associated with drones, and so we've made a category for that. And under infrastructure, maintenance, and utilities, we are moving all approach documentation into planning and development. One spot for everything regarding the property. Makes sense. And we also have added in traffic counts. We forgot that one the first time around. Moving into legal, this one was just legislative required. Public interest disclosures, that would be your whistleblower. And we also, under municipal, we recently won an award for Heritage Award, so good timing. We need to add awards to the retention schedule, and of course permanently retained when we win awards. And we also added in ministerial orders. Ministerial orders that would be specific to Clearwater County. So again, it's not too bad for 2 years in. Again, we just want to update it and make sure we're following current legislation. So those are my changes, if there's any questions.
Thank you. I have a question in regards when you talked about the retention time.
Yes.
Is there a little notification so we don't forget that we need to relook at that?
Yes.
Because sometimes things get lost for years.
They do.
So there is a bit of a reminder there that.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Our system, I like updating dates, and I'll usually put the date a few months ahead of when things expire to bring it to someone's attention.
Perfect. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, obviously, we have a big change coming to Clearwater County potentially in January.
Yes.
What happens with all this, considering Clearwater County ceases to exist December 31st?
Yes. Actually, I was recently able to go to the Village of Caroline, and it was amazing, and check out, their records and what they have. Of course, all bylaws would be redone at the time we become a new municipality, but at this time, they don't even have a records management bylaw. So I'm a little happy about that because we can start to incorporate them into how we're following it now, which really is legislative required anyway, and they should be doing. So they were quite organized there with their records. I was impressed, and I don't really see, other than the time it will take, really any issues with integrating the records together upon amalgamation approval.
Excellent, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Any other comments or questions? Councillor Ratcliffe?
I have two concerns that I hope you can calm for me.
Okay.
One is that there's 35 pages here of different codes that I can see items potentially being misfiled. Mm-hmm. And my other concern is that when it's everybody's responsibility, it can also be nobody's responsibility. How do you plan to, measure or keep track of how well this is working throughout all of the staff?
Yeah, for sure. There's quite a few things we do. So one, of course, it's training. And I will say in each department, I call them my knowledge workers. So each department has a strong lead in records management. And although it's everybody's responsibility, not everybody is putting the records in the system. So that responsibility could just mean that you need to make sure you hand in all your documentation on time and get it to that knowledge worker who can then come in and know. And although I didn't want to define it departmentally, a lot of departments are only using just the small window in the retention schedule that applies to them only. So there's only a few of us that really, primarily me, that uses this whole retention period. So again, not remembering the codes, the codes are really only used here for just ease of explanation. So again, a lot of double checking, a lot of training, and then even in the event that something got completely filed wrong, we have that metadata, and that's like a keyword, and I can always search and find it, and then nothing gets destructed without a process. So even if it got filed wrong, came up for destruction and they were our council minutes and they never should be gone, but they were entered wrong. There's quite a process before any of those would be removed, and that involves me personally looking at everything, and then the director of that department along with their knowledge workers. So anything should be caught in several of those stages before something bad was to happen.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's a big bite.
It's a big bite and it is a lot of responsibility. Part of putting, you know, everybody in here is like everybody needs to recognize that if you work here, you should know we have bylaws and policies and procedures, and they are here because they need to be followed. So in the event someone wasn't, then I guess that would be a conversation to have.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, if there's no other comments or questions, I'm looking for a motion for committee to recommend approval to council. Go ahead, Councillor Deputy Reeve Melhoff, sorry.
Thank you, Reeve. Wow, there's a lot to records keeping. And I applaud you on that effort, because yeah, there's a lot to that. So I'm glad that there is somebody that is doing that.
Yes.
And I would make a motion that the committee reviews the draft record management bylaw 1189/24 and the suggested amendments, and we make that recommendation to council with your suggested amendments.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? No lights? I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you so much for coming in. All right, so now we're moving on to Planning and Emergency Services, and we have item 8.1, which is the Municipal Planning Commission, MPC, Bylaw 1183, proposed amendments. Ms. Director, Ms. Gillum's here, she'll come in, and Ms. Director Hagert will. Good afternoon, ladies. Awesome. So when you're ready, I'll let you.
Whoops. Oh, gosh.
Yeah, actually, Director Hagert. Let's just take a quick 5 minutes. and welcome back from our quick break. We are at item 8.1, the Municipal Planning Commission MPC Bylaw 1183, proposed amendments. And I'll turn it over to Ms. Gillum. You're on, thank you. Okay, so administration has reviewed the current MPC bylaw and has proposed changes to the bylaw. A new bylaw, 118324, has been drafted that would rescind and replace the existing MPC bylaw being 99714. The existing approved bylaw has been attached in addition to the new draft with track changes in red to indicate additions and deletions, and a cleaned up one is just for visual review as well. So some of the changes to note, the big ones, I guess. The removal of the mention of the minister and the requirement for a member appointed by the minister to be in attendance at the meetings for decisions on the development notes. After discussions with administration from Alberta Environment and Protected Areas, there's no reason to have this required in our bylaw. They have their own independent decision-making process when it comes to approval of the uses and leases on the Crown land. And they have said that we should consider and process our permit in the notes per our land use bylaw, and that they would not attend or interfere with our process. If we approve a permit that they in turn do not approve or give a license to, the development cannot proceed. And they have, my understanding is, Stephen, they have been invited previously, but nobody ever actually attends because they don't feel that they should attend, essentially. So that was that. So that there's a lot of cross outs through it because it was mentioned multiple times in the bylaw. So if we remove that, then it's removed significantly in the bylaw there. The mention of electronic participation and communications per the procedures bylaw. Permission for the chairperson of the commission to sign on behalf of the commission on decisions for second and third title subdivisions out per the municipal development plan, and approvals for land use amendments through council. And then explanation and clarification of the closed portions of the meeting to the public per the MGA, section 197 for deliberations and decisions. So yeah, and we're requesting that you consider the MPC bylaw and provide direction for any changes prior to approval of council. Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe.
I beat out the Deputy Reeve this time. I was wondering what in 5.11, it's removing the copies of the minutes of the MPC being distributed to council. Just wondering what the rationale was for that.
In that case, it was just cleaning up wording. I got direction from Tracy about, we might not even need that sentence at all because they have to be filed because it's a council committee under our procedures bylaw, possibly. But it's just clarifying that prepare and maintain a file of written minutes, and then the copies are filed with council because they have to be filed with council. So it's an unnecessary wording, basically.
Can I go?
Yep, keep going.
I have just one more, which is 5.12, where the wording is only those members of the commission present at a meeting. And I just thought we should have some clarification where there's virtual attendance. That is, that the meaning of presence includes virtual presence. But otherwise, this is a great cleanup of the bylaw.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Tracy Lynn.
Thank you. If I may address that, as the council's procedure bylaw covers all council committees, which the MPC is considered a council committee, there's extensive regulations, I guess, sections in the procedure bylaw covering virtual meetings. And in that bylaw, it specifically states that if a councillor attends virtually, it is automatically considered that they are present at the meeting. So just like when it was talked about regarding filing the minutes, that is covered under the procedure bylaw.
So the procedure bylaw then, for clarification, is the overarching bylaw for the MPC bylaw?
Exactly, exactly.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. On going back, sorry, we're going back. On 5.3, Each member of the commission appointed by council shall be for a term as specified by resolution of council, but in no case shall the appointments be for more than 1 year. Is there an opportunity to have that be for 2 years? It's a learning curve for municipal planning commission appointees. Like it takes you a little while to learn the municipal development plan and the land use bylaw and make effective decisions based on that legislation. Is there an opportunity for us to make that for 2 years instead of 1 and have them staggered? Like, cause I feel for the public, and being a member that was publicly appointed prior to this seat, it's a huge learning curve to be on that board. So I think there'd be value in that. As long as the rest of my team agrees.
I believe like in the MGA, it just says that you may establish an MPC, but I don't see anything specific to a timeline, so it's just what's set out, I suppose, in this bylaw, for direction. So it would be up to council if they would like to extend that term for more than a year, I believe, for members at large, but.
I would like to see the members at large be appointed for 2 years personally. Obviously, council is every year an appointment, but for the members at large, I think there's value in having that for 2 years and staggered.
Ms. Hay? Oh, okay. Ms. Haggard?
Thanks, Reeve Swanson, and good afternoon, members of council. And that was a similar conversation that was had when the Subdivision Development Appeal Board bylaw was updated, oh gosh, I want to say 4 or 5 years ago, and those terms were extended. Once training became legislated for those members for a 3-year period, it didn't make sense to have a 1-year appointment anymore for those because we're getting the value out of the educational component essentially. So those are 3-year terms. Although I don't know how well they stagger depending on applicants and what we have available at the time, but certainly that was the intent when they updated the SDAB bylaw, was for the same reason.
How does the rest of the team feel about 2 or 3 years even, if then it can match what SDAB is already doing?
As being, like yourself, being as a member at large before I sat in the seat too, I can attest, like it is a big learning curve for a member at large to come in. I would not be opposed to a 2-year, but I would like us to consider a term, too many terms too, because somebody can be sitting there for too long as well and become at that point in time. So as much as we're putting a minimum, we need to put a maximum. And so that might be, if you're appointed in for 2 terms, up to 2-year terms, that means you're on there for 4 years. If you go with that, so to me, it's like there has to be other opportunities for other residents to be able to apply. And it's not guaranteed that they get it the second time around, right? It's just a matter of saying you can apply for 2 years. I know that's what's for the Rocky Senior Housing Body, for the members at large there. They are allowed to, it's for 2 years, or 2 terms, and they're 2-year terms, so they would be allowed for 4 years, kind of a thing, and then they wouldn't be able to apply. They'd have to have a break or that kind of thing, so in a row. So.
What happens at Seniors Council if you don't have anybody apply? Like
it goes out to the public again and it gets re-advertised. Just no different than when we have nobody apply for, or we can't fill those here. It's the same thing, so. Go ahead, Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you. From my perspective, and I understand fully, there's a lot to learn about the municipal development plan, the bylaws. Would it not be better served by having a more comprehensive educational or training process as you start in that than trying to learn on the job as you go? I'm always concerned that, there will be inconsistencies if we don't all start from the same base point of knowledge and understanding about the decisions around what you're doing at that committee level or commission level. I think it might be better addressed, rather than extending the term or limiting the term, is to have the training portion of that enhanced so that people feel confident that they're being consistent in their decision-making process as they step into that role.
I agree with your comment, but I also understand too that, you know, we as a county have members at large. There are other counties that it's a committee of council. It's not a committee of members at large. So there would be that training, you know, we don't have form our committee that way, but yes, there's an opportunity to have an educational component at that point in time. And it's, I would assume in the past, and I have to look across to the ones that have been here for the longest. And that is, you know, that the department has evolved with, you know, we do a tour. So there are some NPCs that don't tour, things like that. So the way we do that, and I would challenge you two and you three, because you're on the MPC now. I mean, the variety of decisions you get in one tour, how do you educate that on a continual basis? It's kind of like a learn as you go too, in a way, right?
I think there's always benefit with that experience that comes behind, but starting from an equal baseline, I think even as, you know, as a newly elected councillor filling that role, you have no greater understanding of that inherently from being elected than you did before you were elected. So I think there would be nice if there was an opportunity, and I mean, staff works very hard at providing those and then also answering questions throughout the process that help build that knowledge. But maybe there's it's a bit like drinking from a fire hose at first, but, you know, get that baseline information there. And then I think we always hope our staff or our commission or our committees build competency as they move forward. And I think ultimately for consistent, well thought out deliberations on these development questions, I think it makes the whole process more credible to the community and less likely to be appealed, I believe.
Thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I don't see why we can't do both. I know that staff has worked in the last couple of years. There's a half-day, like, education on statutory requirements, a hierarchy of legislation, the MGA in general. So, like, they do work hard to make sure that that education is there. Could it be more robust? 100%, absolutely. But I see no reason why we can't do both, why we can't ensure that there is a comprehensive learning opportunity and a 2-year term extension. Then you're getting the value out of that learning opportunity as well. I think that there would be value in doing both.
Councillor Graham?
I think the 2-year terms are a great idea, and to stagger them and and to just have on the Ag Service Board as well, you can only be on for 2 terms, I think, and then you have to take a year off. So to have that for the MPC, I think 2, 3, yeah, I don't remember if it's 2. There's a time, I guess. I'll say. There's an amount of time you can be on it before you have to take a break, so I think it would be appropriate to have that for this as well.
Okay. Councillor Lahi?
I'm sorry, no.
Okay. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Are we done with terms and stuff? Are we making that change, or can I move on to another suggestion, or do we need to debate that some more?
I'm seeing no other comments,
We're
so
good?
you
Okay.
can carry on with other comments.
5.22 discusses pecuniary interest and bias. How are we, like, the pecuniary interest is defined, it's measurable, it's quantifiable. How are we determining bias? Because we're saying that you have to recuse if you have a bias. Well, every person in general innately has some form of a bias from lived experience. How are we measuring that? I tried to find bias defined in the MGA. I can't find that. So how are we defining it if we're asking people to recuse because of it?
Thank you.
Go ahead, Director.
Thank you,
Sorry.
Reeve Swanson, and that's a great question, Councillor Melhoff. Previously, when I was Subdivision Development Appeal Board clerk, and I got questions like that quite frequently, if there's a bias because you have some sort of financial interest, it's clear. Like that's something that you should be stepping out. But only the individual will know that. So it's their duty to step back from that process. If there's a possible bias for whatever reason, it's kind of a gut feel, like a gut check for that individual to say, this is a neighbor and I've farmed that quarter and perhaps I have a bias for whatever reason. And that was just a random example that came to my head, but it's totally up to the individual to step back from that process if they feel like there's a bias, and that protects the decision itself as well as the organization from those costs related to appeals for decision making.
For sure, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that whenever people do step out, that it's defendable, right? Because, we inherently can have bias on some of these significantly more difficult applications, recovery centers, gravel pits. You go into some of those things with some learned experience, and sometimes can end up having a bias and then potentially leaving us open for litigation. So I just want to make sure that whatever we do is defendable.
Okay. Do you have another one? Okay, Councillor Lai, you
And
bet.
would bias also include a number of times we have elected officials fill these roles within this? If they have a stated particular perspective on an item, if they repeat that on a continual basis, would that be considered a bias? I know that's a difficult question to answer, but.
And if I may, Ruth. Okay, thank you. I would say that probably does constitute that, but really when it comes down to it, if an appeal was ever gone beyond our either LPRT or SDAB mechanisms for a court challenge, a judge would decide based on, the balance of probabilities, I'm assuming. But I have advised members on the SDAB for sure that statements made publicly could impact someone's feelings on something. So, but it's up to you to decide if you have bias or not, and whether you wish to sit. And the nice part about the SDB is there are alternates, and a quorum is 3. So if there's 5 members and 3 can attend, and maybe one has a bias, that's okay. We can still proceed with the appeal on the date within the timeframes. So I know MPC doesn't have an alternate. It's a tough board to have an alternate position on because of that education component for sure. And if you're not part of it on a consistent basis, it does make decision making more time consuming. But certainly that might be something to explore as well.
Yeah, just as you were saying that, I'm thinking, maybe it'd be an opportunity to say, if you've been a past MPC and you'd like to keep your name on as an alternate, we'd have a current pool to phone from. That might be an opportunity that way too, just that way we stay at quorum or near quorum. I know it's only 3, but did you have continued comments, questions? Okay.
Oh, thank you.
I have one in regards to 5.24. So it says the chairperson shall be authorized to sign on behalf of the commission for the 2nd and 3rd titles that have been approved by council through the land use amendment process. So when we get a public hearing, we approve 2nd and 3rd readings at this table. So we're the signature off that particular 2nd and 3rd reading then would just be the reeve at the time. And then, so when you're saying it's anything that has to do with those 2nd and 3rd titles then that would be signed off by the, as well?
Yeah, so for clarification, basically, if council's like in favor of rezoning and the idea of subdivide, because usually they indicate that's the plan, we still have to go through the subdivision process per the MGA, and then that approval has to be approved by the Municipal Planning Commission as directed by our authority, but giving the authority to the chairperson of the Municipal Planning Commission as a process, so they review as the chairperson the item that we would prepare and sign off versus presenting the whole thing to the Municipal Planning Commission for those specific items. So that first parcel and the 2nd title, if council has approved the rezoning, that's what we're proposing.
Okay,
Yep.
just for clarification, thank you for that.
You bet.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you. I also think Jordan has his hand up as too.
Oh,
so,
sorry. Go ahead.
Jordan or me?
I'll let
Me?
you
Okay.
go, and then I'll go to
Yeah.
you, Councilor Northcott, right after.
Sounds great, thanks. For the 5.24 that the Reed was referring to, I really think that will be helpful to remove basically the MPC at that point, council's already approved the land use amendment, so MPC becomes basically a rubber stamp because they're not gonna turn around and go against what council just said that they were willing to do. So that makes that process significantly faster, I think, so that removes a lot of the red tape there. So thank you for recognizing that. I had a question with regards to the way the meetings will be run, because we're going by the meeting procedures bylaw of council. Are we now live streaming the Municipal Planning Commission meetings? Because in council's procedures, we live stream all public meetings. Are we then doing that with Municipal Planning Commission as well? I think that could be difficult for the members of the public that we have sitting at the table with that particular board.
Yeah, so we have not proposed to do it as a live streaming committee. With the in and out also of the public portion versus deliberating and stuff, it would be very convoluted to do that. So just the option for people to come in if they want to hear the presentation side of things, but we did not propose to do them live streaming. It would be more challenging administratively for us as well. Yeah.
Councilor Northcott?
Alrighty, thank you. Just actually, Councillor Law, he raised a point there. Just to go back to the bias, if there was an elected official or you had a councillor, in an instance where there was many surveys completed, there was many public participation events that had maybe taken place, and it shows where the will of the community really desires one thing, and you have a councillor that tries to represent what the what is the large majority of the residents' views. Is that considered bias if you have a councillor that's truly representing the majority of the people? Would that be bias? Is my question.
Director Haggard?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson, and thanks for the question, Councillor Northcott, to clarify. Bias certainly is a difficult one to answer in terms of a definition, because it is truly subjective to the individual. I would advise that if an individual feels that they can hear something and go in, with an intention to look at all the evidence before them and make a decision based on policy, then I would say no. That's the job of a counselor, a difficult job of a counselor on a regular basis, hearing different varying opinions from the public all the time. But it's truly up to the individual to gauge the bias themselves in terms of what they feel is right or wrong in the circumstance, and that's kind of why I gave the lawyer's answer of it depends, and a judge may determine that if it ever comes to appeal and it gets beyond the leave to appeal into a court setting to determine, and in those cases there's cost of that litigation of things that go into the courts, but generally they send back the decision-making to the local authority to rehear that application if it's an appeal, for instance. So the decision may not be changed at the provincial court table. It would be essentially kicked back to the municipality to re-decide. So it just time and cost or what is at risk, I guess, for applications and of course for the developers as well.
Okay, thank you. Councillor
Okay,
Law? Oh, sorry, Councillor, continue, Councillor Northcott.
My apologies, and thank you very much. Just one comment as far as the MPC and the learning curve for the public members and/or councillors that sit on the MPC. Often, it's case by case. I've only had the opportunity to sit there for 1 year. What I found during that year was staff was very good at bringing, policies and bylaws, everything that pertained to each individual application. They sort of provided that information specific to each application that was brought forward. So I didn't find the learning curve to be too burdensome, but there's a lot of personal interpretation and judgment on each individual member. Is more what I found, but I wouldn't be in favor of making it a 2-year term. I think that's, 1-year terms give more residents of the municipality an opportunity to sit on the commission. And as we've seen historically there, over the last 3 years, we have seen a rising number of residents showing interest in boards and committees. That's it.
Thank you. I agree. We're at that time of year where we start taking applications for our committees. We'll probably be out in shortly, and so it's always great to have many of our residents throw their name forward or bring in their application. Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. I just wanted to ensure Councillor Northcott that my comments were certainly not inferring anything to him directly, merely that I think if we look at an example, we have a U.S. presidential candidate that has basically inferred that all the problems of the world are created by immigrants. He commands perhaps 50% of the population. He definitely has a bias. So if you were using those biases coming in and making decisions about that, I don't think you can say that you are unbiased in your decision-making process. I just wanted to know if that level of bias that is presented publicly and a political point made by it, if that constituted bias when we were dealing with our MPC procedures and I mean, does that committee hold true if somebody is not going to look at the facts as presented by administration and only what they see personally?
Thank you for that. Deputy Reeve Melhoff brought up just before about in regards to how the meeting proceeds. So I have a quick question in regards to the closed session, what you've outlined here. So if the MPC has a question for the applicant, then the applicant is still invited to just come into that portion of the closed session, correct? If the MPC so desires, or how does, and I'm just thinking too, like that's a lot of recording as well. It can get convoluted, so, or is the closed session, or I'm trying to imagine in my mind how this meeting's going to go forward with, you have the tour, you start the meeting, and then go into closed session. So if you would mind offering comment, Ms. Gillum?
Thank you. We do often have people come in specifically for their items and attend. Usually they're there for like the presentation portion and they answer questions during the presentation. I guess similar to like a public hearing or something of that nature. And then at that point is when we kind of close the meeting or escort them out, and then that's when the group deliberates and makes a decision. We have brought people back in where there's, they start deliberating and then additional questions come up and we've asked them to return to answer a question. It doesn't happen too often, but I guess that would be the tricky part. But it does allow for that the closed session be held without the presence of the public unless allowed by the members. So I think if they were to pull that person back in, that would be permitted under that statement. Yeah.
Thank you for the clarification. Is there any further comments in regards to the changes to the bylaw? Seeing no more blinky lights. Then looking for a motion.
Sorry, can I just
Yes,
ask for one
absolutely.
point of clarification? So the 2-year term, so council would still continue to be 1-year term for council members, but 2-year term for members of the public, correct? Okay.
I believe that was the,
Just wanted clarification on
Yeah.
that for adjustment of the wording.
looking around the table. 2-year for member at large, 1 year for councillor. Councillor Ratcliffe?
I kind of like the idea of keeping the 1 year in case we get a one-trick pony on the commission, that we can always extend or invite public members back for 2nd or 3rd year terms if we wish.
Okay. Counselor Lahi?
Thank you for that suggestion. Ultimately, I think we sometimes have a difficulty filling those roles. It's a major commitment to say you're going to be on this commission for 2 years. Maybe a 1-year appointment with an option for if you would like to extend that. Maybe is a possibility that I could get behind. I know we get valuable people, but, you know, sometimes we're gonna reduce the pool that says you've gotta do this for 2 years.
Fair point. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Just a question then on procedure, with us not all like agreeing on that change, then is a motion required to create that amendment, and a vote then needs to take place, because it's not a unanimous make that change. So if that's, sorry, I see that Councillor Northcott's hand is also up.
Yep.
So I'll let you go to him, and then I will proceed with the motion then.
Okay. Counselor Northcott?
I guess I just had a comment for the public, maybe for council. Like for the 1 year that I was able to sit on the municipal planning commission, it is a fun experience, and it's either a paid position and you get paid for your time, or remunerated, I guess would be the right word for the time spent. But it was a really enjoyable experience. You get to tour the municipality, get to see a lot of countryside. Yeah, it was a very fun experience, and I'm sure that the public members that have passed and in the future, I'm sure they'll enjoy their time there as well.
Thank you for the comment. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Melhoff, with a motion.
So then I would make the motion that one of the amendments be to have the members at large terms be 2 years.
Motion for members. Okay, any comments, questions on the motion? Go ahead, Councillor Lahi.
Would you consider a staggered appointment so that we get in sequence where those things bridge council gaps that happen, so you have some continuity? That's what I see. Like, if every 2 years you've got a fresh flush, that kind of defeats some of what you're saying, that you mix experience with a fresh approach and find that balance. Maybe if you can stagger those, because we have 2 appointments to that commission as we stand now, so rather than each 2 years, that there's some continuity, I think, with what you're suggesting anyways. Would I be correct in that?
Yes, go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Reeve. Absolutely. And when I brought it up initially, I did mention that, and I did not put it in the motion. So thank you for clarifying that. And do I need to add that, or can that? Yeah. So can I amend my own motion, or do I need to make a motion to amend?
Friendly amendment.
Okay. Then to amend it to include that to be the 2 years, and for them to be staggered. So thank you for catching that.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions in regards to the motion? And I will say too, it's like anything, life happens, life circumstances happen, so should anybody resign, we just quickly fill that spot when we can. So even though it's a 2-year appointment, we understand that you may not be able to fulfill that 2 years too. So, but it's nice to chains, ball and chains. Awesome. All right, so if there's no further comments or questions on that particular motion as members at large for 2-year terms staggered, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed?
I'm opposed.
Thank you. Thank you. That motion's carried. Now looking for the staff recommendation motion. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I would make that motion as well, that the committee consider administration's recommended changes to the existing MPC bylaw and provide direction for further changes and approval through council to rescind bylaw 997/14 and approve bylaw 1183/24 as the new MPC bylaw.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on the recommendation? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? And that motion is carried. All right. Thank you so much. I'm looking forward to seeing those new changes would be, well, once it's being passed through council, then those new changes would take in effect after the org meeting or before the org meeting. What is your anticipation? Director Hager?
Thanks, Chair Swanson. Actually, Kim and I were discussing that exact item when we were chatting back and forth. So I would expect we'll just bring the bylaw back. It's minor amendments. We can bring that back to the next council meeting. Advertising, I understand, has gone out or will have gone out in the last week or so related to committees. And I feel like that's an amendment that could easily be updated in the next version of the advertising because the organizational meeting is until the end of October. So if we're changing a committee term, we can just say updated. And the way I kind of wrote in my notes to put that 2-year term option in there for the bylaw is no more than 2 years. And then that way, when council gets to their organizational meeting, they can perhaps this year select 1 2-year, 1 year, and then that 1 year can be a 2 year next year, if that makes sense, and then go forward that way.
That's great. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Then it becomes staggered, but we still fill the roles this year.
Yeah, exactly. Perfect. Awesome. So now moving on to item 9. Sorry, we have to go back to 4.1. I see Rhonda was in the back going. She's been hanging out all day. She's been doing great. All right. So with that, I need a motion to, or I guess, lift it off the table, lift the item off the table. So Councillor Graham?
I will make a motion to lift item 4.1 off the table.
Thank you. All those in favor? Those opposed? Vicky's in favor. Okay, I heard in favor. So, Councillor Northcott, you are in favor of lifting the item 4.1?
Yep, that's right.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
That's okay. All right, so moving back, so with everything that we've discussed today, and looking at the capital project summary in front of us, if there's no other questions, just looking for a motion. Councillor Graham?
I feel like I'm on a roll this meeting, so I'll make a motion that the committee receives introduction to the third quarter strategic planning meeting as information.
Thank you. Any comments or questions on the question? Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I just want to confirm that these aren't set in stone, that like things are still alterable continually. For like just a very quick example, asphalt overlay in the next 10 years, just under 65 million. You're suggesting a $6 million annual contribution to that. If we change projects throughout the years, that is then not required, and then the public purse has then been overtaxed in that year, because we're making tax-based implications on projects that may or may not actually go forward. So, because I'll take that $6 million suggestion there, and the landfill suggestion, and the fleet suggestion, and that's how we come up with what we need to requisition the general public with. But if that changes from year to year, what happens then?
Yeah, Ms. Serhan?
Yeah, good question. So I adjust those annual contributions annually. So you might have noticed the general road infrastructure, which is the $65 million item, $5.9 million didn't change much from the last time we had this in front of you. But one of the other ones may have, depending on what is in the 10-year capital plan for that. So, for example, fleet, if it's changed what is in the restricted surplus at the end of that previous year that's deducted off the amount that, for the 10 years that's gonna be expended. And then the balance of those transactions are divided over the 10-year life of the 10-year capital plan. So in this rendition, it's $2.2 million that's required annually. So that's what it would be. As Director Magnus will likely make changes to that before we get to budget. So that number will likely change before this document gets approved. But then next year, that number will likely be slightly different. And it's just to give a ballpark so that we're putting, it's putting enough money away that the concept of funding those projects and items over the 10-year plan, we're not off by $1 million, we might be off by $50,000, just to decrease the ebbs and flows of the amount that's contributed to each individual program. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, so the motion on the table is to accept the third quarter for information. Seeing no other lights on, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you. Now looking at the, oh, so question? No, that's fine. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Sorry, Reeve, thank you. It wasn't in relation to the motion, so I didn't think it made sense for me to ask it until afterwards. Normally in the spring, we end up doing restricted surplus from the previous year's allocations. Are we bringing that back at some point for us to allocate that?
Yes, so I have that dollar amount for you today. And that was one of the things that I thought maybe we would discuss, but maybe we'll leave it till after the Broadband Committee meeting tomorrow morning and talk about that a little more. But I think those couple of projects that are on the upper half of that document that are less than $1 million that need to be funded could come out of that the core infrastructure fund that the balance of the funding went into. It's sitting at $12 million right now, and if we funded those first, and then council could decide which projects they wanted to reallocate some of that. Also, and I don't want to get into a lengthy discussion about amalgamation, but we probably need to have leave a little bit, little bit's maybe not the right term, but some dollars in that restricted surplus fund to kind of be able to react to any funding that we may require once the new municipality is created January 1st, if that happens. And then the way administration kind of sees it unfolding is that there would be in-depth analysis of all those projects in 2025, so not really moving forward on much of capital projects in that community, except those ones that that community has already funded themselves. And then moving forward into the 2026 budget with most of that construction that's ultimately required fairly quickly. And then, like I say, the balance of that fund can be moved. And there's also the Public Works Capital Fund of $5 million that was intended for development outside of the hamlet of Nordegg. So the council at the time felt like there was a lot of dollars going into that community, and they wanted to ensure the rest of Clearwater County had access to development funds. And if that development isn't going, if there's no plan to have that development go forward, or no plan on where that development's going to go forward, or what projects those dollars are going to fund, those dollars could essentially be earmarked for one of the projects that is currently unfunded. And the other thing, of course, after the Broadband Committee meeting, I don't see that it will change substantially, but trying to come up with a funding source for the municipality's portion of those projects that are essentially about 65% funded through provincial and federal grants.
All right, thank you for that. All right, so looking now again at the end of the agenda. So looking for a motion, Councillor Lougheed? Oh, if you had a question, for sure, well then go ahead, no, now's your time. No, that's good. So say your time.
And nobody is more appreciative than myself on seeing these 10-year capital budget, really good numbers so that we can base some of our decisions and strategic plans, set our goals and our visions and combine them together. I did notice today, though, I guess I'll just face it this way. In the past with our capital projects, when we looked at the detail, I saw a number for contingency in there. Typically, that was around the 10% mark. I saw a different thing today on an operational sense where I saw a 20% number around contingency. Moving forward, I would like to have the understanding of where we're going with that. 20% seems to be higher. I mean, that's something that I believe is important to have in there, that it kind of gives a level of a successful operational cycle in our budget that, you know, I think previous councils, this council for sure has seen a positive in that we come in at somewhat of a surplus at the end of the year. I think administration has worked hard to find those efficiencies within there. I'm just concerned seeing a 20% operational contingency that perhaps that budget is being ballooned a little bit to be able to be successful in the end run. And just a level of understanding would be appreciated here.
CO Emmons?
Thank you, and I well appreciate how diplomatic you were in phrasing that, and I mean that. I believe it's a reflection of actually private industry and the uncertainty of market, not administration. There is so much random inflation as we go out and buy crack filling oil and everything that is seasonal that inflates in a month. Nobody's holding their prices. Because we are large players, we're actually able to hold them for 30 days, which is an anomaly these days. And we're actually seeing that level of contingency from private because of the uncertainty in market. They won't hold the steel prices when building a bridge. They won't, which is creating that uncertainty in their prices, which is actually augmenting the 10 to 20%.
Director Magnus?
Yeah, Rick is absolutely correct. I can provide you with an example, even just this year. So the company organization that we received the salt from, just out of the blue, we received a letter that the cost of the transportation of that salt, along with the increase in the salt price itself, we got that letter just out of the blue here. And it's exactly what Mr. Emmons pointed out. We're seeing this more often, even mid-year. You know, we budgeted typically to the price that was quoted to us per ton, which also accounted for the fuel cost, and yeah, unexpectedly, and it's their prerogative. They can do that. You know, they want to be profitable, and it's not a for charity organization, right? In that sense. So yeah, it's and as Mr. Yang pointed out with Tetra Tech, you know, the inflation we typically can see over the next few years, and these unexpected surprises that come to us. Do we have enough in budget to account for this? We think we do. I think we're going to be okay with this increase, depending on the winter season, obviously, right? And see what kind of winter we get. But we'll definitely account for that and the unexpected surprise when we build our budget for next year as well.
Thank you for that. Ms. Serha?
Yes, and I also heard Mr. Yang say that he was unsure of the level of service that council wished to provide at that facility. So taking into account how many staff would be required would depend on the level of service that would be provided there. So I think he was, you know, there's so many variables when you're talking about a new site and new level of service versus a tried and true program that Clearwater County's been operating for 25 years. You can maybe, outside of those inflationary costs that we've seen more recently, but those programs would be easier to come closer to on a budget versus the consultants trying to estimate what services would actually be provided and how many staff would be required to do that, so.
Councillor Lohi?
And thank you very much for that explanation. It's very useful when or balance of council even, has to convince their ratepayers that they are getting an efficient, effective system and are trying to look into the future and provide, maintain the service level that they have enjoyed up to now and to keep taxes as low as possible. I appreciate the explanation.
Councillor Cermak? No? Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Typically, when there is an overrun on a project or even operational, the administration will bring it back to council and explain, et cetera. Has that been difficult to do in the past? Because to add a larger contingency, we then base what we put our tax rate at based on what the budget is. So 20% increase, if we base that and we take that as a whole across our entire budget, that's $10 million we need to find and then tax our population accordingly on. So historically, when projects have been overrun, admin brings it back to us and lets us know, and I don't think we've ever denied giving the increase. Perhaps it's been difficult to get that.
CO Evans or Mr. Hunt?
Thank you, and no. Absolutely right. If there has been a project, which I will say hats off to staff, rarely happens, that does go over budget for unforeseens. I mean, you can hit additional springs in any road or whatever, but no. And 20% is not the norm, as just explained. That's not the new way forward. When there's unknowns, I will say, like in the world of construction, when you get into an A estimate and it's theoretical, you do start out a little higher, and then as engineering comes, you hone in and decisions are made and you tighten it up. So no, it hasn't been difficult, and that isn't the cushion, for lack of better words.
Thank you.
Mr. Hunt?
Yeah, and just to reiterate what CAOM said, they were trying to, the consultants were trying to provide a number to help the committee make a decision on the capital project, not really putting a budget in for the operations of that. So again, high level, if we got down to exactly what we're going to do there, that budget would be, much more accurate.
Thank you. So our next strategic planning meeting will be at the end of October, and is what I understand. So we'll see you again in about 6 weeks. So with other numbers, other service level discussions at that particular point in time. So go ahead, Mr. Hunt.
In the event that this committee would like to discuss anything further on the funding sources after the broadband committee, this meeting could be recessed, and then if required, how that, I'm not sure what the terminology is, to
Reconvene?
To reconvene, yeah, or just reconvene to adjourn if it isn't required, but then at least this committee has the option to discuss those funding sources if it so desired tomorrow after the broadband committee meeting.
All right, thank you for that suggestion. Deputy Reeve Melhoff? Oh, sorry, Councillor Ratcliffe. Okay, are you?
It's unrelated.
Unrelated? Okay. Okay, Deputy Reeve Milhoff?
I would absolutely think that that's a fabulous idea, except we're down a member on the Broadband Committee, so we can't really do that. We'd be excluding a member of our council by recessing this to then pick it back up, because Councillor Ratcliffe is not on the Broadband Committee, so I don't think that it'd be appropriate for us to make a decision without him.
So with that, Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you. Mr. Hen, you mentioned that you had the surplus carryover available, and I missed that number.
Oh, sorry. So what's left in the core infrastructure restricted surplus, which includes some dollars that were in there from previous, but there's 12,175,000 in that restricted surplus. And again, the things that will need to be looked at are the projects that are coming out of there already, which is minimal, and then the two projects on the priority list that have a couple of unfunded items on them, and then the rest of that could be reallocated either to projects that are unforeseen or to projects that are unfunded on the bottom of that 10-year capital list, as well as that $5 million sitting in that development restricted surplus. I just think that's something that council would want to consider reallocating, if any. Maybe just part of it, or I'm not sure, but it's certainly something that there's no project associated with that restricted surplus account at the time. So again, it would be just something to consider, for council and this committee.
Okay, so the surplus from 2023 was 12 million?
No, there was a balance in there of like 2.5 million, plus there was a restatement of 2022 because of some grant revenue that was not recognized. I'm not sure, I don't recall right off the top of my head, like it was about 2.5 million from 2022, and then the balance was 2023. So I could go through that and break it down for you if you like. I wouldn't have it for tomorrow, but. No, it's not. It would include the 2022 restatement because the balances are brought forward. So I haven't broke down how much of the grant revenue was restated in 2022 to increase 2022 surplus, which then gets carried forward into 2023's surplus. So the end number being 12,175,000 in that restricted surplus account. Would include, like I said, $2.5 million that was in there previously, and some grant revenue from 2022, and then the 2023 surplus. The good news is council has $11 million to reallocate.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. Councillor Loughy?
And just so it's clear in my mind, some of the projects that didn't go forward that were budgeted, for instance, the airport project, that would go back into that airport restricted surplus, or is that part of what's included in this $12 million
well, there's
surplus?
the 887,000 that was allocated to the airport still is there. Whether we still don't have a final number for what that project's going to be moving forward. So one of the things that was in that core infrastructure was the Nordegg sanitary, the RV dumping station that didn't go forward. So that money's in there. And I don't remember which other ones have been pushed, but there were, at one time, all of those dollars were allocated to projects that have been since canceled or deferred.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. So in looking on my calendar, I see that we have a save the date for October 29th for a possible strategic planning committee. So my question then is to administration. Is there further discussions that we need for budget in regards to other conversations not only broadband, but more anything else that we will need to have that date set aside? Or is this, or was it specifically saved as a continuation of this day? I'm looking more for clarification. Ms. Serhan?
Yeah, I think it was just save the date in case there were decisions that were not made as far as prioritizing projects, and funding sources will be a big part of that decision. So depending on if council chooses not to reconvene tomorrow afternoon for the strategic planning committee, then we likely will need that date in October to talk about funding sources.
Okay, thank you. So, the end of, there's no further other questions for administration. Go ahead, Councillor, Director Magnus.
Yeah, so it's further to your question on the need for the October 29th Strategic Planning Committee meeting. Motion was put forward this year that sometime within this year, we look at the bringing that motion forward whereby it's stated, and I'll paraphrase, reuse buildings or centers at each of our transfer stations. So that was been put tentatively for the 29th of October to meet that direction as provided by council.
Okay, thank you. And I look forward to that discussion. So, anyways, awesome. All right, and I'm sure administration will find more for us to talk about that day as well. Or we will have more questions too. That's true, that's true. All right, so with that, looking for a motion to either adjourn or to, what did we say? Press a pause, recess until further. So, Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Are we allowed to recess if we're changing the agenda for the 29th meeting? Because the recess would mean that we're continuation of the current meeting and therefore we can't add to the agenda. If we're adding reuse shed and we're adding.
Director Hager, or sorry, Director Hagan? I put an R in there, I apologize.
It's okay.
He's
It's getting
sitting
late
back
in the
there.
I would suggest, if it's a change to a new agenda, then you adjourn today, and there's a new meeting on the 29th. If you wanted to continue this agenda and this discussion, you could recess, noting that the Broadband Committee meeting will be held tomorrow morning. There would be opportunity to invite Councillor Ratcliffe back for reconvening of strategic planning, so that's entirely up to this committee, which way you would like to go.
Okay, would Councillor Ratcliffe be available tomorrow afternoon to join us? So no. Then
maybe.
Then potentially the best solution is to follow the agenda as presented and to have a new one produced for a subsequent meeting and have the funding sources conversation added to that agenda for conversation.
Ms. Serhan?
You bet, my apologies. I thought it was clear that the Strategic Planning Committee meeting might extend to Tuesday also, so my apologies.
Okay. Then I would make the motion for adjournment.
All right. Any other comments or questions before we call the question? I call the question. Seeing no lights, no yellow hands, I'll call the question. All those in favor of adjournment? Thank you, Councillor Northcott. All right, thank you very much, and we'll see you next time.